Chapter 605. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, since they were all disciples of the grass division of the Pill Tower Hall, how could he just stand by and watch if someone else was attacked by a beast? It was just a matter of lifting a finger, and he wouldn't think of any reward, so he didn't need this commission. But now, Zhang Xiaohua was already familiar with people's hearts and the ways of the world. If he didn't want this commission now, presumably those disciples who were united with him would feel uneasy, and even feel that he wouldn't do anything to protect them. So it was better not to say it, and he could only reject it when he came back. And, of course, if there was something very rare, Zhang Xiaohua might not refuse. Moreover, this commission was already a convention. If Zhang Xiaohua immediately broke it, it would incur the wrath of the crowd, and the 3 arhats who were watching by the side wouldn't accept it. So, when Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also smiled and said, "That's great, you can rest assured. Just because of your commission, I will ensure that you have a safe journey." Ha, ha. The disciples next to him laughed. Since they heard Zhang Xiaohua's guarantee with their own ears, their hearts were at ease. Lu Chaoxian was a discerning person, which didn't match his heroic image. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua agree, he said to the crowd, "Let's go, we'll pack up and set off immediately. Since you let me be the leader, you should listen to me, and don't let junior brother Ren worry about these trivial matters." Finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Chen Fengxiao and the others, and led the disciples out of the courtyard. Seeing the disciples leave, Chen Fengxiao said, "Little brother, yesterday I asked someone to invite you down to talk to you about the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, I heard that you were still cultivating, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Anyway, junior brother Lu is also an old man, and received the news early, so he has a good understanding of the situation there. Just listen to him along the way." Zhang Xiaohua was very grateful, and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern." "Hee, no need." Chen Feng smiled and said, "You are going to be an expert of our Tianmu Peak in the future. If I don't take good care of you now, when you become an outer disciple in the future, I won't even be able to flatter you." When junior brother He, who had come from White Mountain Peak, heard this, he could not help but size up Zhang Xiaohua a few times, his heart filled with astonishment. Wu Zhouxiu also smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, the Yulon Grand Canyon is very dangerous. I just told you about it the day before yesterday, but I didn't expect to send you there now. Let's not talk about anything else, I just wish you a safe return." "Thank you for your concern, Dalong." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "All right, let's get out of here. It's getting late, let's not delay the journey." Chen Feng smiled and said, "It's also the first time he is doing this kind of thing, don't make it difficult for him." Junior brother He nodded with a smile. So the group of people went out of the courtyard. At this time, dozens of carriages were ready. The disciples driving the carriages all got on the carriages, and the other disciples all stood on the ground. Wu Zhouxiu smiled and said, "Head Chen, I don't see many outstanding disciples in your grass division. How come when you encounter this Yulon Dusk refinement, the disciples you bring out are all more imposing than my Dan division disciples?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "There is a saying, good steel should be used on the blade. Why are you showing off when you're with your brothers?" "Alas, you don't say, looking at these brothers, my heart is really..." Wu Zhouxiu comforted him, "They'll be back in a few dozen days. With a few arhats leading them, they might not necessarily be in trouble. Look at your trip, you didn't even lose a single hair. That's because my character is good." Chen Feng grinned and said, "But the problem is that I only have 6 arhats. Now, 3 of them are gone, and there's also Ren Xiaoyao. If there's any accident, this bet that just evened out will be suppressed by your Dan department." Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking at the side, was speechless for a while. Could it be that after becoming the big boss, his perspective of thinking was different? After that, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw Lu Chaoxian quietly waving at him from the back of the carriage. He said, "Headmaster Qin, senior brother Lu is over there. Can I go with him?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded, "Yes, this carriage is for 2 people. Since he called for you, he must have already arranged it. Just go over." Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak when Wu Zhouxiu opened his mouth and asked, Where are the things you packed?" "That's right, don't you still have the David's deer? Why don't I see it?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I heard that there are groups of fierce beasts in the Grand Canyon. This David's deer is not their opponent. It's better to let it eat grass at the top of Tianmu Peak obediently. I'll leave everything to Senior Brother Bai. Let him take care of it. Senior Brother Bai has been with the David's deer for many days, so it should be fine." "So it's like that." Wu Zhouxiu nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and bid farewell to the 2, then quickly walked to Lu Chaoxian's side. After that, Chen Feng went to Qian Zibi, Si Huinan, and Lu Quan to give a few instructions. Only then did he wave his hand, indicating for the disciples to wait for the carriage. When everyone got on the carriage, junior brother he also got on his horse. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Chen Feng Xiao and the others, then led the convoy on their way. When the convoy was far away, Chen Feng Xiao and Wu Zhouxiu turned around. Chen Feng Xiao's expression was somewhat sad. "I don't know how the orchid dusk refinement will be this year. How much can my 96 grass department disciples turn around? Sigh, let's leave it to the heavens. Maybe we can all return safely, we can't all pay." "What depressing words are you saying? Orchid dusk refinement has been here for so many years, but it has never been as depressing as you say. Even when yellow wind and black lightning wreaked havoc, there were only 20% more casualties than usual." "That's right. Since you know, why think so much?" "Sigh, I'm just afraid that something will happen to these people. I still have to find people from other places. It wasn't easy to gather 6 arhats. Why did Lord Hallmaster send out 3 all of a sudden? My grass department's strength has dropped by quite a bit. Just keep looking. It's not like you haven't encountered this kind of situation before." As the 2 talked and walked, not far away, Great Titan Zhou Shuming stood quietly under a tree. When Wu Zhouxiu saw him, he said, "Headmaster Qin, I'll go and see what's the matter." All right." Chen Feng Xiao nodded and walked away alone. After Chen Feng left, Zhou Shuming walked to Wu Zhouxiu's side. Wu Zhouxiu asked, "Did you find anything?" Zhou Shuming bit Wu Zhouxiu's ear and whispered for a while. Wu Zhouxiu nodded with a smile and snorted, "Then it's easy." Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian sat in the carriage and traveled for half a day before arriving at White Mountain Peak. Along the way, Lu Chaoxian explained the details of the orchid dusk refinement in detail. Zhang Xiaohua memorized them one by one. He was not too worried about his own safety. Outer sect disciples could train, what was he afraid of? It was just that he had promised to protect and unite his own disciples, so he had to be prepared in advance. When they arrived at White Mountain Peak, it was close to dusk. They just happened to bump into the carriages from 3 Reeds Peak. There were already over 100 carriages, causing White Mountain Peak to be in a panic. Fortunately, this orchid dusk refinement was only held once every 5 years. Although the disciples on White Mountain Peak were a little flustered, they did not make any mistakes. 200 people and over 100 carriages were properly arranged. On this White Mountain Peak, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer enjoy the preferential treatment she had on Tianmu Peak. She was assigned to a small room for 4 people by the reception disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall. However, the 2 people in the room were very tactful. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the room and frowned, they immediately found an excuse and slipped away to another room, leaving only Lu Chaoxian and Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua could not bear it, thinking that she still had to cultivate at night, she did not stop them. Lu Chaoxian's face had a ready-made expression. Although being the head was not a matter of the pill-expanding hall, it was still a matter of adhering to the old rules. If he could not even enjoy the treatment of two people in a room, then what kind of head was he? Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciples of Tianmu Peak and stayed on White Mountain Peak for 3 days. Three Reeds Peak and Tianmu Peak were slightly closer to White Mountain Peak, so they arrived on the same day. The mountain peak was slightly further away, so they arrived in the afternoon of the second day. After squeezing all 300 people together for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. She whispered to Lu Chaoxian, "Senior brother Lu, didn't you say you were going to enter the Orchid Grand Canyon? Why did you stay on White Mountain Peak for 3 days?" Hearing this, Lu Chaoxian smiled bitterly and said, "Junior brother Ren's thinking is too simple. Disciples of the Pill-Expanding Hall are not the only ones participating in the Orchid Evening Refinement. All the suitable disciples of the Fragrance Cult are also participating. We are just going to pick herbs. Inner disciples and outer disciples, that is the real trial. Moreover, to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon, there must be an order. The first is of course the inner sect disciples, followed by the inner sect disciples, such as the alchemists and blacksmiths, followed by the outer sect elite disciples, and finally, the Cleansing Jade Hall, Qinkuan Hall, and our Pill Sprouting Hall, and other outer sect disciples who need to be escorted by the outer sect disciples. Of course, these outer sect disciples are also going to participate in the trial by fire, but compared to the previous outer sect disciples, they are just a little bit worse." "Oh." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "It seems that we still have to wait for a while." "Maybe." Lu Chaoxian said, "We need to be escorted by the outer disciples. This depends on the arrangement of the Wuming Hole. In fact, every time we enter the canyon, it takes several days. Adding the time we take to come out, a month of trial is only 20 days. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "If that's the case, then can Senior Brother Lu take me out for a walk? This is the second time I've come to White Mountain Peak. The last time I came, I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to it. Now that I have some free time, why don't we look around? And also experience the prestige of our pill-expanding hole?" This? Lu Chaoxian was a bit embarrassed, since we are already disciples of the Tianmu Peak, although the White Mountain Peak is the headquarters of the Pill-Expanding Hall, but we should not casually walk around. If Junior Brother Ren is bored, you wait for a while, I'll ask the disciples on duty where we can stroll around. Chapter 606. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the rules of Baiyu Peak's Pill Repository Hall were very strict. He was only acting on a whim and did not want to cause any trouble for others. He shook his head and said, "Since that is the case, there is no need. Senior Brother Lu, you can sit in the room, I will take a stroll in the courtyard." Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, "Don't go out if you can. There are many people coming to Baiyu Peak at this time. Although the 300 of us are not much in Baiyu Peak, we are still ordinary disciples. If we break the rules for no reason or go to a place where we should not go, then we will be in big trouble." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "How big of a trouble? If we break the rules and receive some punishment, wouldn't it be better if we don't go to Orchid Canyon?" Lu Chaoxian looked around and whispered, "Junior Brother Ren, don't be careless. You are new here and do not know much. Moreover, you came to our Tianmu Peak. Tianmu Peak is a place far away from the Emperor. As long as you do not provoke Headmaster Qin, then everything will be fine. Actually, the rules of our fragrant religion are quite strict, especially for the male disciples and the disciples of our ordinary halls. Let's not even talk about making a big mistake that could cost you your life. Even if it's just an ordinary mistake, you'll be whipped for a light punishment, or even have your limbs broken for a heavy punishment. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. After he came to the fragrant religion, he had always felt that the sect was very harmonious. Although there was some filth between the senior and junior brothers, it was human nature. However, he had never thought that there would be ironclad rules behind the harmony. However, after thinking about it, he understood. He did not know how many people there were in the fragrant religion. Just the Tianmu Peak's pill repository hall alone had thousands of people. If there were no rules, how could there be so many people? However, he was somewhat puzzled about the different rules between men and women. He asked softly, "Senior brother Lu, why are the rules so harsh for male disciples?" Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "Our fragrant religion's leader is a woman, and most of the elders are women. Only those old consecrators are mostly men. Moreover, it is said that the most powerful martial arts in our religion are suitable for women to cultivate. Therefore, although there are both male and female inner sect disciples, most of the female disciples have higher martial arts than the male disciples, and their status is also higher." Then, she said sadly, "Sai, I didn't know before, but when I found out about the situation in the sect, I regret not being born as a girl." Lu Chaoxian's faint tone gave Zhang Xiaohua goosebumps. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He smiled and said, "Senior martial brother Lu, don't be sad here. I'll go out for a walk." "Yes, I won't go far. Don't worry." After saying that, he scampered off, fearing that something might go wrong. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans in the courtyard used by the opening Dan Hall to receive the trial disciples was quite large. It was located in a corner of the mountain and was some distance away from the main building of the opening Dan Hall. Although the courtyard was large, it was crowded with many people. Zhang Xiaohua saw a lot of disciples strolling around. A few of the disciples who were good at socializing were greeting the people they met. When they saw those who were strong, they went forward and tried to get close to them. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. It wasn't that these disciples were unscrupulous. After all, they were forced by the situation. If they could find a backer, it would be more of a guarantee. Tianmu Peak had its own gambling fight. A few Luohan could be relied on. The other peaks might not have such good conditions. It was good enough to find some disciples who had some martial arts. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was dressed in ordinary clothes. With his thin stature, how could people who didn't know him think that he had high martial arts? No one went forward. Only the disciples of Tianmu Peak's grass division saw him and nodded respectfully. They made way for him. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and nodded, hurriedly passing by. Walking out of the courtyard, there was a dense forest. Although it wasn't big, it was enough to block people's eyes and ears. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked in and made a hand seal, burrowing into the ground. When he poked his head out, he was halfway up Bayou Peak. There were many different kinds of herbs growing here. It was flourishing. It was probably the grass division's territory. Seeing that there was no one else, Zhang Xiaohua used the Imperial Wind technique and rushed to the top of the mountain. Although the Imperial Wind technique consumed a lot of qi, but when used, it was 2 times faster than the levitation technique. And with Zhang Xiaohua's practice, the speed was still increasing. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua liked the feeling of floating. Therefore, the current Zhang Xiaohua had long regarded the Imperial Wind technique as his own qigong. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the top of Bayou Peak. The peak of the White Yu Peak was similar to the Tianmu Peak, above the sea of clouds. If one only looked at the sea of clouds, it was not much different from the Tianmu Peak. However, the peak of the Tianmu Peak was empty, while the White Yu Peak was filled with small houses. It wasn't strange that there were houses at the top of the mountain. What was strange was that there were dozens of weapon-wielding disciples standing guard outside. They all looked very alert. Zhang Xiaohua had only wanted to come up Bayou Peak to look at the scenery and cultivate. He didn't expect to see a secret place in Bayou Peak. Thinking about how he hadn't seen many disciples along the way, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Perhaps this was the place that Lu Chaoxian had said should not be here. Rubbing his chin in thought, Zhang Xiaohua quietly burrowed into the ground and headed towards the bottom of the house. But before he could get close, he was blocked by a faint layer of restriction. Could this be an extremely secret place in Bayou Peak? There's actually an immortal Dao restriction. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. He had the ability to break the restriction, but he didn't know if breaking the restriction would attract the attention of others. He had only come here out of curiosity, not to cause trouble. So, Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense again and found that this restriction was only a part of it. Not far away, there was no restriction at all. Estimating that there was only a corner of the house, Zhang Xiaohua circled around the restriction and headed in that direction. When he emerged from the ground, his divine sense swept out and he couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before him. This was a dark underground room without any light. Zhang Xiaohua had burrowed out from a corner of the room. In his divine sense, the entire room was a large pool, and there seemed to be a large cage in the pool. The pool emitted a foul stench that made Zhang Xiaohua feel nauseous. What is this place? Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised. Then he took out a luminous pearl. The luminous pearl's light was limited and could only illuminate a distance of 3 qi, but just this 3 qi radius was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to have a general understanding. In the corner where Zhang Xiaohua was standing, the ground was covered in black stains and seemed to be very greasy. Walking a few steps forward, there was a large metal shelf. There were some strange things on the shelf, like hooks, some metal rods, and some brushes. Beside the metal shelf was a rather large platform, and on it was also extremely dirty. Looking carefully, the stains were actually congealed blood stains. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but gasp. He seemed to have understood something. Zhang Xiaohua had gone through a lot of life and death situations when he came out of the Guizhuang house. Although he had been captured by Qin Shiyue of the Tenryu sect and tortured for a confession, he had been served with great self-restraint and skill by pressing his acupoints. He had not been directly tortured. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw everything in front of him. How could he not understand that this was the dungeon of the Tuodan Hall, a place used to imprison prisoners or disciples who had violated the sect rules? Perhaps this platform full of blood stains was the place where they tortured for a confession. Well, looking up again, there was a vertical shelf not far away. It was as tall as 2 people. There were some nails on it and some ropes on both sides. It was similar to the shelf where pork was hung in Butcher Lu's house. Needless to say, it was the place where people were hung. Zhang Xiaohua immediately shuddered. Although he had been wandering in Jianghu for a long time, he had never been to such a gloomy place. How could he not be afraid? At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred. He formed a seal and the night illumination pearl flew into the air and into the pool in the middle of the room. Just as Zhang Xiaohua expected, there was a person curled up in a cage in the middle of the pool. The person's body was stiff and it was obvious that the person had long since stopped breathing. Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill. No wonder there was a silhouette in the cage just now. The cage was narrow and small, only the size of a child. At that time, he did not think of anything else. When he saw the torture instruments on the wall, he thought that the cage might be another kind of torture instrument. When he moved the luminous pearl closer to the surface of the water, he saw that in the dark water, there were white skeletons from time to time. He did not know how many lives had been strangled in this small pool. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with anger. He knew in his heart that the fragrant cult had been peaceful in a remote area and had not encountered any foreign enemies for many years. Who could the life in the pool be? Except for those who had violated the sect rules, perhaps it was an enemy who had been captured from the outside. Speaking of enemies, in recent years, it was estimated that it would be the Misty School. When he thought of the Misty School, and then associated it with his second brother, and the skeleton in the pool, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but twitch the corner of his eyes. However, when he took the luminous pearl in his hand, he already had a plan in his heart. This was the dungeon of the Misty School, which was the most ordinary hall of the fragrant cult. The Misty School was now a hall of the fragrant cult and was under the protection of the last disciple of the cult leader. Presumably, there were some necessary interrogations or torture, but it would not be carried out in this hall. The corpse in front of him most likely had nothing to do with the Misty School. If this person was still breathing, Zhang Xiaohua might have reached out to help and ask for the reason. But this person had been dead for who knows how long, so Zhang Xiaohua did not need to do anything superfluous. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He had long lost interest in finding out the truth. Pinching a spell, he directly escaped from the dungeon and returned to the mountain path of the White Mountain Peak. At the top of the White Mountain Peak, the scenery was unique. The sea of clouds was vast, and the fragrance of medicine was faint. But at this time, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the leisurely mood he had when he first arrived. Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 607. Zhang Xiaohua had seen the dungeon at the top of Baiyu Peak and then looked at the scenery of the mountain. How could he still be in the mood for leisure? He only felt that behind this fairyland, there was incomparable darkness and incomparable blood. Seeing that there was no one around, he used the Imperial Wind technique to head to the mountainside. The mountainside of Baiyu Peak was still a little cold and cheerless, not as lively as Tianmu Peak. There were not many people watching over the medicine fields on the peak, as if it was barren. Presumably, the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall knew that the peak was an important place in the hall, or perhaps it was the rules of the Pill Tower Hall. They would only come here when they were working, and no one would come near on normal days. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness could not reach far, and he did not know if the back of the mountain was the same as Tianmu Peak, the Pill Department's territory. If it was any other time, Zhang Xiaohua would not be so honest and would have long gone there to take a look. But at this time, he had just seen the dungeon and his mood was very gloomy, as if his interest had waned. After a while, seeing that he was nearing the mountainside, the number of disciples on the mountain gradually increased. Looking at their leisurely faces, it seemed that they did not have much to do with the secluded orchid evening refinement. Seeing so many people, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to show his face outside, and went straight into the ground, towards the forest behind the small courtyard. When he returned to the courtyard, he suddenly found that it was completely silent, and there was not a single person. Oh, no. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that in such a short time, all the disciples participating in the trial had already set off? When he came to his small house, he saw that some things inside were not packed, and was slightly relieved. Just as he was about to go out, he heard the door being pushed open with a bang, and in came senior brother Lu Chaoxian. When senior brother Lu saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there in a daze, he did not care about his modesty and went forward to grab him, and scolded, "Junior brother Ren, where did you go? Why did you disappear in a short while? Go, Vice Hall Master Su called us for a lecture." Who was Vice Hall Master Su? However, in the entire Pill Repository Hall, he was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. He was also someone that Lu Chaoxian could not even dream of. It was no wonder that he was so panicked. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was indifferent as she explained, "I just went for a walk in the forest at the back. I didn't go anywhere." Lu Chaoxian tugged at Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was a master of martial arts. He was afraid that he had angered her by scolding her just now. Hence, he hurriedly explained, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. It's just that the person who sent the message just now specifically said that Vice Hall Master Su wants to meet the disciples of our Tianmu Peak. Isn't it because there are a few outstanding people in our Tianmu Peak? Let's not talk about the 3 arhats, the next one is you, Junior brother Ren. This is a great opportunity to show your face in front of the Hall Master. If you can catch the Hall Master's attention, won't you become a frequent guest of the White Mountain Peak? In any case, it's better than working in broad daylight at Tianmu Peak. No one can see you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He naturally knew that he had been discovered by Vice Hall Master Su on the first day he had arrived at White Mountain Peak. And he really had a discerning eye. He had caught him, a fake medicine boy, and sent him far away to Tianmu Peak. Now, even if Vice Hall Master Su wanted to meet him, he would definitely not be treated as a talent, much less recommend himself. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still taking his time, Lu Chaoxian was a little anxious. He had seen slow tempers before, but he had never seen someone so slow. He couldn't help but tug at Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve again, pulling him outside. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to follow Lu Chao. He went straight out of the courtyard and ran towards a bigger courtyard. Just as he turned a corner, he saw a familiar face. Wasn't that Yang Yao? Yang Yao was also in a hurry. He came from the front and didn't see it clearly. He just glanced at it casually and then continued to move forward. But then he was stunned. He turned around and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao." Zhang Xiaohua had already seen Yang Yao. But when he saw that Yang Yao was in a hurry, he knew that something had happened. Plus, he was also running towards the courtyard, so he didn't stop to greet him. Now that he heard his name, he quickly stopped. Even Lu Chaoxian stopped. Yang Yao was considered an elder of the Grass Division and often went out. Most of the Grass Division disciples on Tianmu Peak knew him. Thus, the 2 of them went up to greet him. Yang Yao didn't look at Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, he said to Lu Chaoxian, "You are Lu." Lu Chaoxian quickly said, "I am Lu Chaoxian, a disciple of Tianmu Peak's Grass Division. I am Qin Fengxiao's subordinate. The last time you went to Tianmu Peak, I paid my respects to Martial Uncle Yang. Oh, I was wondering why you looked so familiar." Yang Yao slapped his forehead and said, "Martial Nephew Lu is here to participate in the secluded orchid evening refinement. Vice Hall Master Su is giving a lecture in the courtyard. You better go quickly. Don't get caught red-handed." Lu Chaoxian said awkwardly, "Many thanks for Martial Uncle Yang's teachings. I just went to find Junior brother Ren. I will go now." Junior brother Ren. Yang Yao was stunned. He turned and asked, "Ren Xiaoyao, you are also participating in the secluded orchid evening refinement?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Yes, Martial Uncle Yang. I followed the senior brothers of the Grass Division to White Mountain Peak." Ridiculous! Yang Yao stomped his foot and said, "How old are you? You just entered the pill hole. How can you be chosen this time? Wait here, I will go." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. Who was he? If he went to Rejuvenation Valley, he would be considered a steward of the incense cult and would be treated well by Valley Master Nye. But in the pill hall, even if he met a junior like Lu Lihong, he would still have to give way. First, it was due to the modesty of a senior. Then, Zhang Xiaohua's quota to go to the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon was personally appointed by Vice Hall Master Su. He was only a senior disciple of the Grass Division. What confidence did he have to find the Hall Master? Even if he found his backer, Old Man Purple Ginseng, he probably wouldn't open his mouth for such a small matter. Seeing that Yang Yao didn't finish speaking and stopped with hesitation in his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what was going on. She smiled and cupped her hands, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Martial Uncle Yang. However, since the Pill Hall has already decided on the list, it's too late to change it now. It's all my fault. I didn't think that Martial Uncle Yang would be in the Pill Hall. If I had told you earlier, there would have been some leeway." Haha, that's right. This secluded orchid evening list was personally drafted by Vice Hall Master Su and then decided by the Hall Master. It's really not nice to mention it now. Nephew Ren, you can go first. When I have the chance, I will come to your place to see you. Yang Yao took advantage of the situation and said with a smile, "I have other important matters to attend to. You can go quickly. Vice Hall Master Su is giving a lecture." The two of them bid farewell to Yang Yao and hurried to another courtyard. On the way, Lu Chaoxian asked with some surprise, "Junior brother Ren, I see that Martial Uncle Yang seems to be very familiar with you. Moreover, he seems to be very protective of you. You've known each other for a long time, right?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley. I came all the way to the incense cult, so of course I'm familiar with him. If we're talking about deep friendship, do you think I would be thrown under Headmaster Chen of Tianmu Peak?" That's true. Headmaster Chen probably doesn't like medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley. Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and said, "However, Headmaster Chen seems to value junior brother Ren very much. I think you might be our second master in the future." Seeing the second master again, Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about it after we safely return from Yulon Grand Canyon." While they were talking, they had already arrived outside of Vermilion Gate. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian looked at each other and tiptoed inside. At this time, the entire courtyard was full of disciples from various peaks who had come to White U Peak to participate in the trial. Next to them were some burly men who were the disciples on duty from Pill Repository Hall. Each of them stood in different positions. When these disciples on duty saw someone come in, they were first startled. Then, looking at their attire, they slightly frowned and looked elsewhere. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian had just stood at the back of the crowd when they heard Vice Hall Master Su say, "That's all I have to say for the time being. What I just emphasized was discipline. In Yulon Grand Canyon, this discipline is the most important. Only iron-like discipline can guarantee your lives. However, you haven't even set out yet. Just in our Pill Repository Hall, there are people who have openly violated the discipline. I, a dignified Vice Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall, am here to talk about my experience and the things you need to pay attention to during the Yulon Evening Refinement. However, there are some people who have no regard for discipline and treat me as nothing." Hearing this, the entire courtyard was in a mess. Everyone looked around, looking for the rat excrement that had stirred up the pot of porridge. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian looked at each other in dismay. Lu Chaoxian's face was even more ashen. Vice Hall Master Su then pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's side and said, "You, that thin and tall young man, and the one next to you, come over here. I want to ask you, why did you come so late? You have no regard for discipline. How can you preserve your lives in the Yulon Evening Refinement? If I don't teach you properly, won't you lose your lives in the Grand Canyon for no reason?" Immediately, hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua's side. Their eyes were filled with luck, sympathy, blame, and even envy. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and gritted his teeth. He was really puzzled. However, this was not the time for him to hesitate. When he saw Vice Hall Master Su waving his hand, he pulled Lu Chaoxian's sleeve and the two of them walked towards Vice Hall Master Su. Along the way, the disciples all made way for them. Vice Hall Master Su, who was on the stage, was still smiling when he saw the two of them approaching. He looked like an elder who was ready to scold a child who had made a mistake. He said with a reproachful tone, "I had already sent someone to the courtyard to call you. I also told you clearly when you entered the courtyard that if there was nothing urgent, you should stay in the courtyard. How could you be late?" Chapter 608. Hearing Vice Hall Master Su's question, Lu Chaoxian glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, not knowing if he should tell the truth. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua took a step forward and cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Greetings, Vice Hall Master Su. I am Ren Xiaoyao, a medicine boy from Tianmu Peak's Herb Department." Vice Hall Chief Su looked at Zhang Xiaohua with interest and said, "I'm not asking for your names. I just want to know why you're so bold to be late in public." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Before I explain, I want to say something first." "Well, go ahead." Vice Hall Chief Su nodded. "This is my senior brother from the Grass Division. He wasn't late just now. He just found that I wasn't here, so he went back to find me. I think if Hall Chief Su wants to punish me, I'll take responsibility. What do you think?" Vice Hall Chief Su clapped his hands and said, "Good. Since you, an apprentice, know how to repay kindness, why can't I, a Hall Chief, distinguish right from wrong?" Since he remembered the absence of you, his junior brother, and was afraid that you would be punished, he took the risk to look for you. This is something worthy of praise. This is also the care and concern I mentioned earlier. His reason is so good, I naturally won't punish him." Then he turned to Lu Chaoxian and said, "Is what he said true? Did you come to this yard just now?" Lu Chaoxian said in a panic, "Junior brother Ren is telling the truth. When I came to this yard, I didn't know that Vice Hall Chief Su was going to scold us. I didn't know that it was you who was going to scold us until I saw you sitting here drinking tea. Then I knew it was important and hurried back to find junior brother Ren." "Good. You're a loyal man." Vice Hall Chief Su patted Lu Chaoxian's shoulder and said, "Go back. Since you said that I was drinking tea just now, you must have arrived at the yard on time. This reason is very obvious." Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and his eyes flashed. He wanted to say something to Vice Hall Chief Su, but he didn't have the courage to say it. He lowered his head and hurried to the back of the crowd. At this time, Vice Hall Master Su smiled at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "What about you? Do you have any dignified reason?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, saying, "When Vice Hall Master Su summoned us, I was indeed not in the house, but I also did not go far. I was in the little forest behind the courtyard, but I was too engrossed in admiring the beautiful scenery of the White Mountain Peak and forgot about the time." Hee hee. Vice Hall Master Su laughed and said, "You're still listening to the pretense of culture. You can actually appreciate the beauty of the small forest. I don't know how many times I've passed by that forest in a year. How come I've never noticed anything different?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Beautiful scenery always happens inadvertently. Deputy Hall Chief Su is only focused on the affairs of the Hall of Mind. How can he have the leisure to look at the wild flowers by the roadside?" "Well, you're right. I'm worried about the affairs of the Hall. Even if you go to the Yulon Grand Canyon, I have to tell you the things you need to pay attention to. How can I see the beautiful scenery in your eyes?" Vice Hall Master Su nodded and said, "Since you didn't come to the field on time, and also walked around, violating the rules of the station. You say, how should I punish you?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed with the pile of torture instruments in the dungeon of the White Mountain Peak. Her eyes narrowed. This one has just arrived at the missionary religion. I don't know the rules like the back of my hand. I ask Vice Hall Master Su to enlighten me. See, I knew it. These rules should be learned from the first day you entered the missionary religion. You should have firmly memorized the rules in your heart. If you could have memorized the rules earlier, how could you have made the mistake you made today? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. After coming to the missionary religion for so long, who had ever mentioned the word rules to her? This was not her fault. As long as she bowed again, she said, Vice Hall Master Su's teachings are correct. I ask Vice Hall Master Su to punish me. Vice Hall Master Su was very satisfied with her attitude. Twirling his beard, he said, well, although you made a mistake, you can still correct it. Your attitude is very good. According to your mistake, it can be light or heavy. The light punishment is neglecting your teacher and being punished with hard labor for a few days. The heavy punishment is disobeying the hall master's orders. Either 80 lashes, or breaking the tendons in your legs. See, Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly said, no wonder there are so many torture instruments in the dungeon. This punishment is too harsh. Just because I was a little late, they broke my tendons. Truly inhumane. However, listening to his tone, it seems that there is still room for negotiation. It's best if you don't make this young master angry. Otherwise, I will make a mess of your White Mountain Peak. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua no longer cared about keeping a low profile. She steeled her heart. As long as Vice Hall Master Su dared to arrest her, she would show off her might and kill White Mountain Peak. Sure enough, Vice Hall Master Su's tone changed and said, but seeing that you are still young and have just arrived, you lack key points and do not understand the rules of the religion. Well, the key point is that the punishment is not the goal, it is only the means. Our goal is to punish the past and save the future. In addition, you still have to participate in the secluded orchid evening refinement. This hall master will allow you to redeem yourself. As long as you pick the 100-year-old ice soul grass, I will exempt you from your punishment. 100-year-old ice soul grass. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly. Even the disciples in the audience looked at each other. Although their eyes flashed with disbelief and their mouths were muttering, under Vice Hall Master Su's prestige, no one dared to whisper. Ice soul grass was one of the main ingredients to refine the Yuhuandan pill. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua knew. But whether it was easy to find the 100-year-old ice soul grass in the secluded orchid Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua did not use his head. Instead, he used his heels. Looking at the expressions of the audience, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was definitely not an easy matter. However, it seemed that Zhang Xiaohua did not have much of a choice. He could either agree to Vice Hall Master Su's suggestion and atone for his crimes, or accept Vice Hall Master Su's punishment and receive the torture of breaking his tendons. Needless to say, the latter would definitely force Zhang Xiaohua to kill Bai Yifeng, completely disrupting Zhang Xiaohua's original plan. There was no need to consider at all. Zhang Xiaohua immediately chose the former. Although the 100-year-old ice soul grass was rare, it was not impossible to find it in the secluded orchid Grand Canyon. Of course, if it really did not exist, then it was fine to fight when the time came. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, then I thank Vice Hall Master Su for his great kindness and for allowing me to make up for my crime. Well said, Ren Xiaoyao, I like to support the younger generation the most. If you can pick the 100-year-old ice soul grass, I will immediately exempt you from punishment. Vice Hall Master Su laughed, his eyes revealing an imperceptible feeling, of course, if you can't pick the qualified ice soul grass, then don't blame us for being impartial. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's how it should be. Well, you can go down. I hope you can live up to my expectations. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand, but no one knew whether he hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would be able to pick the ice spirit grass or not. Zhang Xiaohua bowed again and walked back. Along the way, he did not know how many eyes were filled with schadenfreude. It was not until he came to the side of the Tianmu Peak's disciples that those eyes were replaced with worry. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua stood still, Vice Hall Master Su on the stage announced that the trial was dismissed. He let the disciples who participated in the trial return to their rooms. It seemed that the purpose of this lecture was to find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua did not speak and just walked with his head down. Lu Chao was blaming himself on the side, complaining from time to time that he was stupid. He did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to come to the small forest behind the courtyard. He also complained that he should not have dragged Zhang Xiaohua to the venue. If he did not come, how could the hundreds of disciples realize that two people were missing? Or if he did not come to find Zhang Xiaohua naturally would not come to the venue. If one person did not come, even if Vice Hall Master Su had discerning eyes, he might not know. The disciples next to him were also worried, but did not speak. Until they reached Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chao's room, several disciples saw that there was no one around and said, "Junior brother Ren, you are in trouble." Although this Yulon Grand Canyon is rich in spirit grasses, it needs to be picked every 5 years. The older ones have been picked long ago. Not to mention the 100-year ice soul grass, even the 50-year-old ones are rare. At this time, Lu Chao said, "It's all my fault. Junior brother Ren, if I did not pull you over, this would not have happened." Lu Chao said for a long time, but could not say a complete sentence. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu, don't worry. You are doing this for my good, how can I not know? I can't thank you enough in my heart, so how can I blame you? Senior brothers are also very reasonable, but since Hall Master Su has placed a difficult problem there, this little brother can only accept it. If you want to blame someone, blame this little brother for being impulsive and wanting to go out for a walk. It can only be considered as fate." The disciples who heard this all sighed. In fact, with hundreds of people staying in this courtyard, it was very depressing. Many disciples had already gone out for a stroll, but they did not find anyone who would accuse them of violating the church's rules. Zhang Xiaohua usually did not go out, but just after going out, she was caught red-handed. If it was said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. It was not excessive at all. But Vice Hall Master Su said it in a dignified manner. All the disciples, including Zhang Xiaohua, were speechless. Then, Zhang Xiaohua comforted everyone, don't worry about me. Since senior brother Lu Lihong was able to pick centuries-old ginseng in the canyon, maybe I can also find centuries-old ice spirit grass. When a skinny disciple heard this, he interrupted, I occasionally heard from the seniors of the grass division that senior marshal brother Lu obtained the old ginseng by chance. After he collected some herbs in the herb gathering area, he felt that there weren't any rare herbs. Thus, he took the risk and relied on his superior martial arts to force his way out of the safe area and ran into the forest far away before he found the old ginseng. But it was in that forest. Later on, some brothers who heard the news went there again, but they didn't find anything. Moreover, after a few of them were killed by ferocious beasts, they didn't dare to leave the safe area anymore. Oh. I see. Zhang Xiaohua began to understand. Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 609. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua had a rough idea of what was going on. The herbs in the herb gathering area were harvested once every 5 years. There might be some spirit herbs left, but there were definitely no spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old. However, the Yulon Grand Canyon was very big. Even if there was no activity in the herb division, it didn't mean that there were no other places. Although other places were dangerous, would Zhang Xiaohua be afraid? However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain it to everyone. After comforting him for a while, they sighed and left. At this time, the news of the pitiful Zhang Xiaohua being punished by Vice Hall Master Su had already spread throughout the entire courtyard. This classic example of a negative example had an immediate effect. No disciple dared to casually take half a step out of the courtyard. They all obediently stayed in their rooms, quietly waiting for the arrival of Silent Orchid Evening Refinement. While the disciples were laughing at Zhang Xiaohua himself was peacefully sitting cross-legged in a corner of the small house, carefully comprehending the Tao of Heaven. 2 days later, Yang Yao still didn't come. On this day, it was early in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua woke up early as usual and went to the woods outside the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist. When he returned to the small courtyard, he saw that the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone was walking back and forth, shouting something. This made Zhang Xiaohua frown. What's going on? Every time I go out, I will encounter trouble. At the door, Lu Chaoxian had already looked around countless times. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua return, his face was overjoyed. He stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Ren, did you go to the woods again? This time I wanted to go there to find you, but I was afraid that the hall master would send some news. I didn't dare to leave." Zhang Xiaohua used his chin to point at the disciple who was walking back and forth. He whispered, "Is it Vice Hall Master Su's idea again?" "Ha!" Lu Chaoxian laughed, "He is our Dan Hall Master. How can he make fun of us for no reason? Today is the day we are really going to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Just a moment ago, a disciple came over and told us to get ready. We have to gather outside in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Look, the brothers who drove the carriage have already left. I am waiting for you here. Oh, the things in the house have also been packed. Since you don't have anything left, we are just waiting for you to come back. Let's prepare to go out." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "If that's the case, then that's for the best. Staying at White Mountain Peak is better than staying at Tianmu Peak. It's better to come less often in the future." Lu Chaoxian looked at the busy disciples around him and said with some disappointment and frustration, "You should wait until we come back from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Moreover, even if you don't like to come here, you can't stop the number of disciples who want to come here." Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed out loud, causing the nearby disciples to roll their eyes in confusion. They saw Zhang Xiaohua casually patting Lu Chaoxian's shoulder and said, "Senior brother Lu, I still haven't thanked you for your previous protection. Today, I feel very comfortable listening to your words. Alright, this trip to the Yulon Grand Canyon, you will follow me. I will guarantee your safe return." Oh. Lu Chaoxian was astonished in an exaggerated manner. He cupped his hands and said, "Then this Lu's 200 gene weight will all depend on junior brother Ren. When the time comes, you must take care of me. Even if you have to carry me, you must carry me back." Seeing Lu Chaoxian's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew that he didn't really believe her. She smiled and said, "Forget it. If senior brother Lu says so, then it's better to carry this little brother. This little brother only weighs 100 gene. And that's true." Lu Chaoxian said in a deadpan manner, "Junior brother Ren should eat a little more. You are now growing, so you can't lack food. That day when I dragged you to listen to Vice Hall Master Su's lecture, your body seemed very light." Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat moved and said, "I know, senior brother Lu. I will pay attention to it." Then, not long after, they heard someone standing at the gate of the courtyard shouting, "All disciples, quickly gather. The time limit is half an incense stick." Thus, the disciples who had been waiting in the house rushed out of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, but was pulled back by Lu Chaoxian. Zhang Xiaohua curiously said, "Only half an incense stick's time. Senior brother Lu, if we don't hurry, I'm afraid we will be caught by others. Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, there are more than 300 people in this courtyard. Although the gate is big, it is not enough for dozens of people to squeeze through at the same time. You see, isn't it already crowded at the beginning? The voice of the disciple who gave the order just now is very young. It is different from before. He is an inexperienced rookie. Let's wait for a while. When they have all squeezed through, we will go over. Zhang Xiaohua sweated profusely. No wonder Headmaster Qin didn't let her be the leader. This Lu Chaoxian's experience was really not ordinary. She really couldn't predict this kind of situation. Sure enough, the gate of the courtyard was crowded with people. There were more than 10 people watching coldly from the surroundings. Only after half an incense stick's time had passed did the 300 people pass. Then, the rest of the people who were watching the excitement didn't dare to delay and quickly walked out. The carriage of the Tianmu Peak's grass division was at the back of the convoy. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian's carriage were at the back. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian hurried to the side of the carriage and put the things on it. Before they could rest, they heard a loud voice in front of them, all disciples, listen up. The orchid evening refinement is now setting off. All disciples please sit in the carriage and line up in an orderly manner. Then, they heard a burst of music. It was another group of young medicine apprentices who were holding musical instruments and playing at the side. Translator, Transin editor, Transin 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 translator, Transin editor, Transin. The carriages from Tianmu Peak were at the back, so they didn't have to worry about anything. They just had to follow the advance and retreat of the carriages in front. The motorcade moved forward, heading straight south. They left at dawn and stopped at night. It was not just one day. And it was the morning of the third day. They arrived at another towering mountain. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the front of the motorcade and looked up at the lush mountain. She could not help but ask, Senior Brother Lu, which mountain is this? Just as Lu Chaoxian was about to speak, the carriage in front of them stopped and a voice came from the front, rest for a meal. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, can't Junior Brother Ren guess it? Oh, Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and said, this is the Black Tomb Peak where Wuming Hall is located. Black Tomb Peak. Lu Chaoxian had a strange expression and said, who told you that Wuming Hall is at the Black Tomb Peak? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, last time Senior Brother Lu Lihong came to our Tianmu Peak and said that he was at the Black Tomb Peak. I think that's where Wuming Hall is located. I see. Lu Chaoxian had an envious look on his face and said, you're actually talking to Senior Brother Lu. I'm so envious. Moreover, Senior Brother Lu never tells us too much about his privacy. I didn't expect Senior Brother Lu to be at the Black Tomb Peak. Then he said, Wuming Hall has jurisdiction over the Dragonhead Peak and the Black Tomb Peak. Among them, the hall is located at the Dragonhead Peak. Our Pill Expansion Hall, Heaventh and Earth Hall, Shuyu Hall and other disciples who need the protection of outer disciples to enter the valley need to go to the Dragonhead Peak to meet up with the disciples they send out for the trial and then go to the Yulon Grand Canyon together. Our Pill Expansion Hall has always been the last to enter, so this should be the last batch of disciples waiting for Wuming Hall to take the trial. Then how many people will they send to protect us? I heard from the senior brother in the past that the number of people sent is not fixed, nor is it determined by the number of disciples we have, but by the number of disciples they send out for the trial. It varies every year. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked back at the 4 carriages behind him and frowned slightly. When Zhang Xiaohua came down from the Heaven Eye Peak, he had already faintly become the fourth leader after the three arhats. There were 92 disciples of the Grass Division on the Heaven Eye Peak, and they were divided into 4 groups. Although Zhang Xiaohua's group was small, there were still about 17 or 18 people. However, after he was reprimanded by Deputy Hall Master Su at the White Mountain Peak and atoned for his crime by meritorious service, nearly half of these 17 or 18 people gradually left him. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and didn't say anything. When they arrived at the front row of carriages, there were only 4 carriages behind Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian. Even Lu Chaoxian's face showed an extremely embarrassed expression. It was said that the world was unscrupulous, and Zhang Xiaohua had encountered this before. However, he only picked one more ice soul grass than the others, so he didn't need to be so nervous. Therefore, looking at the 4 carriages behind him, the 8 people who were extremely confident in him, and Lu Chaoxian, although Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how dangerous the Yulon Grand Canyon was, he still made up his mind to protect them to the best of his ability. Not long after, they saw dozens of steeds galloping down from Dragon Head Peak. Although Dragon Head Peak was steep, these dozens of people were able to gallop down with ease. They were actually very proficient in the saddle and horse, and their martial arts were extremely high. Soon, these people went down the peak and stopped in front of the Pill Sprouting Hall's carriage. The disciple holding the sword in the front talked with the disciple in charge of chores in front of the carriage for a while, and then shouted to the back. The outer court disciples behind him responded, patted their bodies, and dismounted, and went straight to the Pill Sprouting Hall's carriage. Then, there were 4 or 5 carriages with 2 disciples on each side, and they came in turn. When it was almost Zhang Xiaohua's carriage, there weren't many outer court disciples left. A disciple wearing a brocade martial attire and holding a sword, who wasn't very tall, was sitting in the carriage. From time to time, he would look at the grass sect disciples sitting in the carriage, and nodded his head with a smile. It wasn't until he saw Zhang Xiaohua that a smile appeared in his eyes. He moved his horse forward, came to the front of the carriage, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, we meet again." Chapter 610. Wasn't this disciple in embroidered robes the former elite disciple of the Herb Division, Lu Lihong? Zhang Xiaohua was also overjoyed to see Lu Lihong. She cupped her hands and said, "Senior brother Lu, are you going to participate in the Orchid Evening Refinement?" "Congratulations, Senior brother Lu, I wish you success in your trial." Lu Lihong was also full of smiles. He held his sword and cupped his hands. "Thanks to Junior brother Ren's auspicious words, I will definitely pass this trial." At this moment, seeing Lu Lihong riding his horse to guard the back of the carriages, the Tianmu Cottage disciples, who had just looked at Lu Lihong in confusion and ignored them, were all elated. With bright smiles on their faces, they began to discuss softly. Who was Lu Lihong? He was an existence that surpassed Chen Fengshao, the #1 master of Tianmu Peak. He was the idol of the Herb Division disciples of the Pill Division. Be a man and be Lu Lihong was not said for nothing. Since he had such a powerful outer disciple as his guard, wouldn't the Orchid Grand Canyon be a piece of flat land? Previously, they were still a little nervous, but now, they were completely relaxed. If not for the rules of the Pill Division Hall and the previous lesson of Zhang Xiaohua's punishment, they would probably be shouting and cheering loudly. Lu Lihong seemed to know what the disciples were thinking. He rode his horse forward and walked to the middle of the Herb Division team. He raised his hands and cupped his hands to the front and back. The Tianmu Peak disciples in the carriage, as well as the disciples from the other peaks in front, all stood up when they saw their idol being so humble. They cupped their hands in return and gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. What a master! Lu Lihong's action was obviously not in line with the rules. Several Wuming Hall disciples frowned slightly, but they did not say anything. It was an indisputable fact that Lu Lihong was a disciple of the Pill Division Hole. What could you say when he greeted his former brothers? However, Lu Lihong was quite a good person. He smiled and nodded to the senior brothers of Wuming Hall next to him and quickly turned his horse back to the end of the line. He was about 10 feet away from Zhang Xiaohua's carriage. At this time, the last two Wuming Hall disciples also rode over and followed closely behind the Pill Expanding Hall team. When everyone was in position, the disciple of Wuming Hall who rode back to the high ground waved his hand and said something to the person in front of the carriage. Then, the carriages started to move slowly again. The disciples of Wuming Hall rode on horses and escorted the carriages of the Pill Expanding Hall on both sides. Nothing was said along the way. The entire caravan moved forward quietly. Only the sound of hooves and the clanking of carriages could be heard. Although Lu Lihong had some connections with the grass sect disciples, he was not familiar with them. There was no reason for him to chat with them. Moreover, the other outer sect disciples looked very arrogant. They sat quietly on their horses and closed their eyes to rest. They ignored everyone. The disciples of the Pill Sprouting Hall were also sitting quietly in the carriage. They seemed to have been instructed to follow the rules on the road. Although there were a few quick-witted disciples who wanted to trick Lu Lihong, they did not dare to break the rules in public. Zhang Xiaohua liked this kind of situation the most. She also sat cross-legged in the carriage and closed her eyes to cultivate. Lu Chaoxian beside her only knew some flowery martial arts and had never practiced internal strength. Seeing this, he also knew that Zhang Xiaohua was working hard. He also sat quietly beside her and did not dare to say a word. At this time, on a mountain ridge shrouded in a faint white mist, in front of a row of very exquisite stone houses, stood dozens of women in palace clothes. These women all had graceful figures, and most of them were wearing masks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. The one in front was dressed in green. She looked at the ridge and did not say a word. After a long while, the white fog on the ridge became thinner. A ray of sunlight passed through and directly shone on the grass in front of the stone houses. The woman in green turned around and said, "Junior sisters, the time has come. You can do your own things. I won't say anything else. Just pay attention to your safety. Don't be careless. The restriction of the Yulon Grand Canyon has a time limit. 1 month later, you must return here. If you encounter any danger, you can send a signal. The junior sisters beside you can come to your rescue." "Yes, senior sister Chin Chin, we know." The woman in green was actually the extremely careless Chin Chin. It was funny that she was reprimanding the other junior sisters for their carelessness. Seeing the junior sisters respond, Chen Chen was still not at ease. "Remember, 1 month later, you must return here. Although I don't know what special dangers there are in the Yulon Grand Canyon, as long as the disciples don't go out before the restriction closes, including the outer and inner disciples, they will not come back." Beside her, a girl in light red clothes smiled and said, "Senior sister, don't worry. Before we came out, Master had clearly told us that we wouldn't take our lives as a joke. Please let us go quickly. This 1 month's time may be long, but if we were to look for opportunities, find some spiritual herbs and the like, it would be extremely short." Chen Chen listened and smiled. "Do you think I want to say more? Didn't you see what Uncle's sect leader said when we came in yesterday? Your safety is in my hands. How can I not care?" A woman said, "Among all the junior sisters, only senior sister Chin Chin has left the incense cult. She has also walked through the Jianghu. Naturally, we will follow senior sister Chin Chen's lead. You don't need to be modest." Okay, I won't say more. Just like Uncle's sect leader said yesterday, be careful. If you encounter any danger, send a signal. Let's go." Chin Chen impatiently waved her hand. Seeing Chen Chen let them go, the inner disciples who had been eager for a long time were all happy. They smiled and said, "Then we will go first, senior sister." After saying that, their bodies floated up and glided a few feet in the air before slowly landing on the ground. Without waiting for their bodies to stop, they tapped their feet on the ground again. Without leaving any traces on the ground, their bodies rose up again. It was really elegant and graceful. Their posture was even better than ethereal sect's ethereal steps. These inner sect disciples' qin gong was so high that even Zhang Xiaohua, who was practicing the real levitation technique, could not compare with them. For a time, the mountain was full of colorful and beautiful figures, dazzling the eyes. Seeing that all the junior sisters had gone down the mountain and went in different directions, Chen Chen turned back and said to the last woman who hadn't moved, "Let's go." The last woman was wearing a pale yellow palace dress, without a veil on her head. Her long black hair was tied up at the top of her head and then scattered behind her head. She frowned slightly on her white face. Hearing Chen Chen's words, she nodded and said, "We'll listen to senior sister." After saying that, she didn't move. Chen Chen was stunned and frowned, saying, "You go first." The woman bit her lip and said, "I don't dare to walk in front of senior sister. If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you so hesitant?" Chen Chen said angrily. The girl was taken aback. Her eyes were slightly watery. She gritted her teeth and flew down the mountain ridge. This girl's qin gong was not bad. If she was placed in the Jianghu, she would cause a sensation. However, compared to those inner sect disciples, she was much weaker. Looking at the woman's clumsy figure, Chen Chen shook her head and said, "In this case, why did you do it in the first place?" As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, a firm voice came from the woman in the air. "In this case, I did it in the first place." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, the woman's inner breath became chaotic. Her body suddenly fell towards the sharp rocks on the mountain ridge. The woman hurriedly circulated her inner breath, wanting to stabilize her body, but how could she do it in such a hurry? She was about to fall and get hurt, but she still gritted her teeth and forced herself to hold on. She didn't say a word for help. At the critical moment, a hand stretched out and pulled her sleeve. The woman took advantage of the force and pulled herself up again. At this time, the woman's white face had already turned red. It was Chen Chen who stretched out her hand. Chen Chen pulled the woman's sleeve and stepped on the ground very leisurely. Then, with a little force, the two of them floated down the mountain like fairies. The woman's sleeve was pulled by Chen Chen. She got a chance and whispered, "Senior sister, thank you for your help." "Ha!" Chen Chen laughed and said, "I thought you didn't know how to speak. You're so stubborn. In the future, how can you find a good husband?" The woman's body tilted and she almost fell to the mortal world again. Senior sister Chen Chen's thinking was really good. Seeing this, Chen Chen put more force in her hand and brought the woman to her side, laughing. After a long while, she asked, "Junior sister, do you think I'm calling you Meng? Or should I call you Zixiao?" The caravan of the Tuodan Hall left at dawn and stayed at night for several days. At noon, they arrived in front of a huge forest that covered the sky. The caravan stopped. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and asked, "Senior brother Lu, have we arrived at the Yulon Canyon?" Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, "According to the schedule, we should have arrived at the destination." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "I have a question to ask." "Junior brother Ren, please say it." "When we enter the Yulon Canyon, we still have to rely on junior brother Ren." "You're so polite, how do you want me to deal with it?" Zhang Xiaohua stopped and said bluntly, "When we were at the Tianmu Peak, I heard senior brother Bai Huan say that because the restriction of the Yulon Canyon was opened in advance, the time of the Yulon dusk refinement was also earlier." That is to say, when the Tuadan Hall notified us at the Tianmu Peak, we could already enter the canyon. But why did we still have to wait for several days after we arrived at the Bayou Peak? If we didn't wait for a few days and directly went to the Dragon Head Peak to meet the outer disciples, wouldn't it be convenient? Lu Chaoxian said curiously, didn't you tell junior brother Ren before? There is an order to enter the canyon. First is the inner disciples, then the ordinary disciples of the other halls. It's useless for us to come early. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. I naturally know that there is an order to enter the canyon. But, I don't understand. The inner disciples will enter first, and we will line up later. Why do we have to wait? Lu Chaoxian came to a realization and said, I understand. Junior brother Ren, it seems that you still don't know why this trial is called Yulan Dusk Refinement, right? Chapter 6:11. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and said, this. I really don't know. Please enlighten me, senior brother Lu. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, it's normal that you don't know. In fact, this Yulan Dusk Refinement, Yulan, needless to say, is precisely the Yulan Grand Canyon. Refinement definitely means training. The key is the word dusk. Dusk? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and asked, isn't it the word dusk? Could it be that we can only train at dusk? It is the word dusk, but not at dusk, but, before Lu Chaoxian could finish his words, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed and he exclaimed, oh, I understand now. I've been asking for half a day, and it turns out that this is the reason. Lu Chaoxian gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Junior brother Ren is really a smart person. I haven't said anything, but you already know. Then, without caring whether Zhang Xiaohua understood or not, he continued, the word dusk is exactly what junior brother Ren thought. Only at dusk can we enter the Yulan Grand Canyon to train. In other words, we can only enter the canyon during the 2 hours of dusk. So, think about it, if the inner disciples and hall disciples of the incense religion all gather here, it's impossible for them all to enter. So, we arranged for all the disciples to enter the Yulan Grand Canyon at different times. Zhang Xiaohua added. Haha, that's right. Generally speaking, the first to enter are the inner disciples. I reckon that when we were at the White Mountain Peak or Tianmu Peak, they had already entered. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua responded and stood up on the carriage. How the inner and outer disciples entered the Yulan Grand Canyon and how they went through the trial had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to pick some spirit grasses and deal with the unlucky atonement that fell on his head. After all, he had only been here for a short period of time and didn't know anything. There was no need for him to care too much about irrelevant things. The caravan stopped in front of the deep forest and didn't move. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was some fog in the forest. It was blurry and she couldn't see what was inside. She released her divine sense and found nothing unusual within 100 feet. After a long while, the carriage still quietly stopped there. The disciples of Wuming Hall all went to the front and gathered together, waiting quietly. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, why haven't you left yet? It's almost afternoon. If we didn't hurry to the entrance of the Yulan Grand Canyon, how could we enter the canyon in 2 hours? Lu Chaoxian looked as if he was seeing Zhang Xiaohua for the first time. He looked at her in amazement and asked, Junior brother Ren, after you came to the Yulan Grand Canyon, didn't you ask the senior martial brothers who had participated in the Yulan evening refinement about the situation here? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, since I was going to come here with the senior martial brothers, I would have asked them on the way. In any case, I have the virtue of not being ashamed to ask. Haha, junior brother Ren is really strong. Lu Chaoxian once again gave her a thumbs up and said, "When we received the order to enter the Yulon evening refinement, we were both surprised and happy. Surprised because there might be a life-threatening situation here, and happy because if we returned safely, there would be a rich reward. But who could be as calm as Junior Brother Ren? Well, maybe it's because Junior Brother Ren's martial arts are superb, so he is unusually confident in himself." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head again and said embarrassedly, Am I that outstanding? Ha ha ha. Lu Chaoxian's face was painful as he tried to hold back his smile. His body was also steady as he said, "Yes, that's right. Junior Brother Ren is a peerless figure second only to Senior Martial Brother Lu Lihong." This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to stabilize his body. He pinched his chin and secretly said, Am I not as good as Lu Lihong? Then Lu Chaoxian pointed to the endless deep forest and said, "Junior Brother Ren needs to know that this forest is the entrance to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Normally, this forest can't be seen clearly. Only during the Yulon evening refinement every 5 years can the outline of this forest be seen. When the refinement is ready, the fog in this forest will dissipate. Junior Martial Brother, just wait. At dusk, something will happen. At that time, you will know how to enter the deep forest." Seeing Lu Chaoxian's somewhat hesitant appearance, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Okay, then I will sit here and wait to watch the fun." Finished speaking, she sat cross-legged on the carriage and ignored everything else, concentrating on her cultivation. After a long time, the sun gradually moved to the west and gradually set. When it landed on the west mountain, a ray of sunlight shone on the forest. The originally misty forest gradually became clear. The endless fog was like a whale swallowing water, disappearing into the depths of the forest. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, even without using her divine sense, could clearly see that this was a huge array. At this time, the sunlight shone on an unknown place. A multicolored brilliance projected on the ground in the middle of the forest, forming a winding passage. The Wuming Hall's disciples moved, and the Dan Sprouting Hall's team also moved. Only to hear the Dan Sprouting Hall's disciple in the front shouting, "Junior Martial Brothers, hurry up and move forward." Presumably, everyone knows that this passage will only last for an hour. After that time, it will disappear and the fog will reappear. The disciples who didn't pass through will have to stay in the dense forest. Everyone, please be nimble. Just like before, if there is a problem with the carriage, quickly get on the nearest carriage. Damn, when Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately understood why all the disciples were squeezing to the front when they were queuing up, and those who had followed him earlier and then followed the other 3 arhats had all inserted their carriages in front of him. It turned out that the order and time to enter the deep forest had such a harsh requirement. Looking at the pale faces of the disciples in the back, Zhang Xiaohua smiled at Lu Chaoxian and said, "Since the 2 of us are the leaders of the 8 senior martial brothers, then our awareness should be better than theirs. Let their 4 carriages go in front of us, and we go last. What do you think?" This. Lu Chaoxian's mouth was somewhat bitter. He secretly said, "What is wrong with Junior Brother Ren? The leader's carriage is always at the front, how can you?" However, since Zhang Xiaohua had already said that after entering the Yulon Grand Canyon, his safety would depend on him, how could he not listen to him at this time? Thus, he awkwardly smiled and said, of course, since I am the leader, naturally I should have this awareness." Then, he said to the disciples in the 4 carriages behind, "Did you hear that? Junior Brother Ren is so righteous. He let you go first, why don't you hurry up and move to the front?" The 8 disciples had never dreamed of such a good thing. Their faces were filled with joy as they hurriedly cupped their hands. "Many thanks, Junior Brother Ren. Many thanks, Senior Brother Lu." Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the carriage, felt strange. Isn't it just a distance of 4 carriages? How much time can it delay? Why are they so afraid? He didn't know that when people in the world encounter something that they are afraid of, they don't want to stay with it for even a moment. Not to mention 100 feet, even 100 feet would make them feel uneasy. Only when they are far away would they feel at ease. The distance between the 4 carriages was not far, but in their hearts, it was an insurmountable distance. In particular, with Zhang Xiaohua, a person with strong martial arts, behind them, their hearts were more secure. While they were talking, the carriages had already slowly moved forward. However, at this time, the disciples of Wuming Hall were not guarding the sides of the carriages like when they came. Instead, they were all walking in front of the carriages, riding their horses slowly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt strange again. He was about to ask, but when his eyes fell on the ground, he suddenly understood. He saw that the colorful light path was only the width of 2 carriages. It was more than enough for 1 carriage to travel on it. If 1 or 2 horses were added, it would be a little crowded. Presumably, it was dangerous outside the light path, so the outer disciples led the way. The carriages moved quietly in the deep forest, not daring to make any strange sounds. The surroundings were quiet. Zhang Xiaohua still stood on the last carriage, allowing Lu Chaoxian to drive the carriage and follow the carriages. He was frowning all the time. He always felt that there was something unusual here. Perhaps it was depression, or perhaps it was palpitations. He could not explain it clearly. But when he released his divine sense to explore the surrounding dozens of feet, he did not find anything unusual. Even the brilliance on the ground was ordinary. It was just the reflection of the sunlight. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Everything was very normal. Zhang Xiaohua looked back. It was also empty behind him. Only the colorful light path was far behind him, leading to the gradually deep forest. Suddenly, the carriage in front of him started to shake as if it was carrying a stone. The creaking sound spread far and wide in the silent forest. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to understand why he felt different. In this deep forest, there was no sound of birds chirping. Putong, putong. Zhang Xiaohua's heart beat violently. Of course, which forest did not have birds and insects that could chirp? This forest was so big and there were so many trees. How could there not be these things? But why aren't they barking? Also, before he entered the forest, he didn't hear any birds chirping, right? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. The forest was just as Zhang Xiaohua had thought. It was a formation in the first place, and the path of light was a passageway through the formation. Regular people would not necessarily be able to sense anything if they strutted through it. Even the disciples of the fragrant cult would feel some fear when they learned of the dangers inside, but that was only a psychological effect. Zhang Xiaohua was different. She was a qi practitioner from the path of immortals, so she had some understanding of formations as well. Coupled with the assistance of the senses of the soul, she was more sensitive to formations than regular people. It was very easy for her to sense the pressure and danger in the formation, so she felt more pressure than regular people. Chapter 6:12. The carriages of the pill-expanding hall quietly moved forward along the path of light. They did not dare to waste any time as they were afraid of being left behind in this deathly silent forest. It was strange that no one had seen anything wrong with their carriages since they had come down from Tianmu Peak. However, at this critical juncture, something had gone wrong. Just as Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to observe the forest, she suddenly heard a crunching sound followed by a flurry of panic. Zhang Xiaohua was standing at a high spot. He lifted his head and saw that it was a carriage from Tianmu Peak. For some reason, the axle of the carriage had broken and the entire carriage had fallen to the ground. Seeing that it could no longer move forward, the disciples behind it also stopped. The disciples at the back immediately jumped down from their carriages. Without saying a word, they hurried to the front of the collapsed carriage and helped the disciples who were driving the carriage to pull the disciples out. At this moment, the horse that was standing quietly suddenly pricked up its ears. With a bleat sound, it began to gallop towards the forest at the side. At this moment, 3 disciples had just helped the disciples out of the carriage when the broken carriage was being dragged by the galloping horse towards the forest at the side. The 4 disciples were quick to react and quickly dodged to the side. They saw the horse dragging the broken carriage into the forest. However, the forest was filled with huge trees and it was very dense. How could there be enough space for the carriage to move forward? Moreover, the horse seemed to be panicking when it saw the carriage. It did not choose the right path. After galloping for about 10 feet, the carriage that it was pulling crashed into a huge tree. The carriage was in a mess and the jade box in the carriage was also scattered on the ground. At first, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to follow the carriage. But the horse was running normally and the trees were real. She could not see anything different. When the carriage dispersed, her divine sense could no longer follow and she could only use her eyes to observe. She saw the horse neighing and galloping into the depths of the forest. After a turn, it disappeared. At first, she could still hear the sound of the horse's hooves, but gradually, there was no movement at all. Just as the horse neighed, the other horses that were pulling the carriages also responded. Fortunately, the disciples who were driving the carriages seemed to have expected this and each of them pulled on the reins. Many disciples even jumped off the carriages and pressed their hands on the backs of the horses. Only when the horse disappeared into the forest did the other horses in the carriages calm down. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage was the same. However, Lu Chaoxian had some strength. With a pull of his arms, he stopped the eager horse from moving. Zhang Xiaohua stood firmly on the carriage and pulled her gaze back from the depths of the forest. This process was not long but also not short. However, during this time, there was no movement in the forest. Several disciples stared blankly at the depths of the forest. It seemed that they did not expect such a thing to happen. At this moment, a loud shout came from the front. "What are you waiting for? The carriage is broken. There is no need to clean it up. Hurry up and get on the carriage at the back. It's almost time." The stunned disciple seemed to have awoken from a dream and hurriedly jumped onto the carriage at the back and urged the horse to move forward. Thus, the entire group of carriages began to move again. However, this time, everyone's hearts were filled with dread and caution. Zhang Xiaohua sat down and asked softly, "Senior brother Lu, is there any secret in this forest? Why can't I see a bird chirping? I can't even see a squirrel. I remember when I was young, there were these in the small forest near my home. Every time I went there, it was very lively." Lu Chaoxian signaled and said softly, "When we came out, the senior brothers told us not to talk about anything in the forest here. Be careful not to be heard by the forest. Didn't you see that horse? It went crazy for no reason. Who knows what it saw?" This. Zhang Xiaohua tactfully shut her mouth. This forest seemed to be very deep. After walking for nearly 2 hours, they still could not see the end. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what the other disciples felt, but she had already faintly felt a kind of aura in the forest. What is this?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The array in this forest was not the same as the array in Jinqi Lake. It had a feeling of the black fog and the mysterious cave. Is there really something in this forest that cannot be done? Or is the array in the forest about to be activated a precursor? While she was thinking, there was a commotion in the front workshop. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Is there any change? When she hurriedly stood up to take a look, sure enough, the Wuming Hall disciple who was walking at the front no longer moved slowly. Instead, he raised the whip high and whipped the horse's butt. The horse neighed and rushed forward quickly. Seeing this, Lu Chaoxian was also shocked. He hurriedly said, "Oh, didn't you say that horses are not allowed in this forest? Why did they?" While they were talking, the carriages in front no longer moved slowly. The disciples driving the carriages pulled on the reins, and the carriages sped forward quickly along the light path. The disciples behind also panicked, and rushed forward in a flurry. Although Lu Chaoxian was surprised, he did not dare to fall behind and followed closely behind. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew what had happened. She hurriedly looked around and saw some white fog faintly appearing in the depths of the forest. When she looked at the ground, her heart skipped a beat. Of course, the brilliance on the ground had scattered and almost disappeared. No wonder everyone was panicking. Seeing the white fog gradually shrouding over, a light appeared in front of the fading light path. It was the exit of the forest. Everyone was overjoyed, and they threw all the instructions and precautions to the back of their minds, and they just drove the carriage forward with all their might. Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage and let Lu Chaoxian drive the carriage. She frowned tightly. Although her divine awareness could not reach far, she also felt that the chi of heaven and earth around her had undergone a great change. It seemed that the tactical formation in the forest was being activated. Seeing the exit was near, the Wuming Hall outer core disciples went out first, and the carriages of the pill-expanding hall also rushed out one by one. However, right at this moment, a strange change occurred. The last carriage that Zhang Xiaohua was in suddenly jolted. The horse that was driving the carriage also let out a long neigh. There was a trace of blood in its eyes as it ran out of its normal path and rushed headlong into the forest. Lu Chaoxian, who was driving the carriage, was shocked. He tried to pull the horse with both arms. Unfortunately, although he had some strength, he was no match for a galloping horse. The whole carriage immediately rushed into the dense forest. At this moment, all the disciples in front were desperately rushing forward. Who would notice them? Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. He had the strength to pull the horse, but the carriage was about to rush into the dense forest. Moreover, in her divine awareness, the tactical formation was about to affect here. It was too late to save the carriage. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not think carefully. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Lu Chaoxian's collar. She did not see how he exerted his strength, but his body was pulled up from the carriage and flew to the carriage in front. Lu Chaoxian was trying his best to control the carriage. He had already lost his previous strength. Suddenly, he felt a huge force pulling him forward. He did not know what to do. He did not even let go of the reins in his hand. He heard a low voice in his ear, "Quickly let go of the reins in your hand." Lu Chaoxian then came to his senses and quickly let go of his hand. He saw the trees in the forest flying behind him. It was as if he was riding on the clouds. It was much faster than sitting in the carriage. He could not help but have the impulse to rub his eyes. Was he dreaming? This was Qinggong. Lu Chaoxian was just an ordinary disciple in Tianmu Peak. He was neither high nor low. His martial arts were also ordinary. He had only heard of Qinggong but had not experienced it personally. Now that Zhang Xiaohua was holding it in her hand, how could he not be surprised? Zhang Xiaohua's imperial wind technique was so fast. Before Lu Chaoxian came to his senses, she had already fallen behind the carriage in front. At this moment, this was already the last carriage. It was rushing out of the foggy forest with a clanged sound. Outside the forest, the leading disciple who came out earlier had already calmed down. He was staring at the carriages rushing out of the forest. He was counting something in his mouth. When he saw the last carriage rushing out, his face changed slightly. He shouted loudly, "Where are Lu Chaoxian and Ren Xiaoyao? Aren't they in front of you? Hearing this, the disciple driving the carriage then came to his senses. The disciples in the carriage were still in shock. They all looked back. Other than the foggy forest, there was only an empty area. They could not help but be at a loss. In a trembling voice, they said, Senior brother Lu and junior brother Ren walked at the back for our safety. But, at this moment, facing them, the leading disciple's face showed an incredulous expression. He unconsciously raised his right hand and pointed at their carriage. You are actually fine. The two people in the carriage were also surprised. When they looked back, they saw two people slowly climbing up from the back of the carriage. Weren't they Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian? The two disciples in the carriage were surprised and happy. They gradually stopped the carriage. They turned back and said gratefully, Senior brother Lu, junior brother Ren, you are fine. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian jumped down from the carriage. They patted the dust on their bodies and smiled. Do you want us to be fine? No, it's just your carriage. The two disciples then realized that the last carriage of the team was missing. Needless to say, the carriage must have met with some mishap in the forest. The fact that the two of them were able to escape with their lives and hide in their carriage was all thanks to Zhang Xiaohua. The two of them couldn't help but rejoice that they were able to follow Zhang Xiaohua and treat Zhang Xiaohua as their leader. When the disciple leading the group saw that Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xian were safe and sound, and that only their carriage was damaged, he felt greatly relieved. He walked up to them, and just as he was about to say something, a furious roar sounded from behind. Who is it? Who told you to rush out of the forest like this? Chapter 6:13. Hearing someone scolding, Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Chaoxian and the leading disciple all looked up. Not far away, a middle-aged man with long arms and legs, wearing a brocade robe, with bulging temples, and a face full of anger, was using lightness skill to fly over. Looking at his clothes, he was a disciple of Wu Minghole. Before the middle-aged man came close, the leading disciple of the Wu Minghole came up to him and saluted respectfully. Martial Uncle Zhang, you've been here for a long time. Martial Uncle Zhang was not less angry because of the leading disciple's respect. He walked up to him and still scolded, Is it you? Did you ask your disciples to gallop on their horses? Do you know that it's a taboo to go fast in this dense forest? Only by going slowly can there be no danger. The leading disciple smiled bitterly and said, Martial Uncle Zhang, please don't blame me. Please listen to my explanation. When I went down the mountain, Martial Uncle had told me clearly and I certainly kept it in mind. It's just different from what Martial Uncle said before. Not only were there horses and carriages stuck in the forest, but the road out of the forest was also longer than before. It seemed that we couldn't get out within 2 hours, so I hurriedly led my fellow disciples to gallop forward. You see, if we didn't move quickly, many disciples of the pill expanding hall behind us would have been stuck in the forest. Now there's even a carriage behind us that can't get out. As he spoke, he involuntarily glanced at the group of disciples of the Wu Minghole. You're right. Martial Uncle Zhang was trembling with anger. With your bearing and self-restraint, how could you achieve? Alas, I don't even want to scold you. When you went down the mountain, didn't Martial Uncle Pang mention it? The road out of the dense forest can only be traveled slowly. Even if you look at it, you can't see the exit. When the time comes, the exit will naturally appear. Think about it, over the past thousands of years, how many people have died in this dense forest? But, Martial Uncle Zhang. The leading disciple of the Wu Minghole still argued, isn't the situation different this time? The restriction formation of the dense forest was activated so early. I'm afraid something will go wrong. Martial Uncle Zhang snorted and raised his eyes to look at the nearby disciples who were also avoiding his gaze. He shook his head slightly and felt disdain in his heart. The elite disciples of Wuming Hall had already entered the Yulon Grand Canyon on the second day after the inner sect disciples had entered. The following batches of disciples were just trying their luck in the Yulon Grand Canyon and were not the true elites of Wuming Hall. He had to say what they thought because he was their martial uncle. But in fact, whether they listened to him or not, he didn't care. So, he asked, "How's the carriage?" "Only one carriage." "A carriage? Did any disciples get stuck in it?" The leading disciple said respectfully, "Martial Uncle Zhang, the pill-sprouting hall lost 2 carriages. One was damaged in the woods and was dragged into the woods by the horses. The other one was stuck in the woods just now. The 2 disciples in the last carriage seem to have escaped to the carriage in front. They should not have lost any disciples." "Huh?" Martial Uncle Zhang was a little surprised. Just now, he saw the changes in the dense forest from afar. He didn't know how many disciples would be lost in the future, but now there was no one. He naturally couldn't believe it. However, not far away, the disciples of the pill-expanding hall were all standing solemnly, waiting for his orders. They didn't seem to be sad or angry, so it must be nothing serious. He ordered, "In that case, hurry up and pack up. It's getting late, go in early. When you go in, we should go back to the mountain." After that, he ignored them and turned to leave. After he left, the disciples of the Wuming Hall and the pill-expanding hall formed their own teams. Under the leadership of the 2 leaders, they continued to move forward. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage got stuck in the forest. He naturally shared the carriage with the 2 disciples from before. Although the 2 disciples didn't see how Zhang Xiaohua saved Lu Chaoxian, but when they thought about how Zhang Xiaohua could not only escape by himself, but also bring another person out, how could they not know what this meant? How could they not hug his thigh? Moreover, if it weren't for Zhang Xiaohua's style, they would be sitting in the last carriage. Perhaps, the 2 of them would be stuck in it now. So, the 2 disciples sat in the front and drove the carriage, leaving the carriage full of jade boxes to Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian. As the carriage moved slowly again, Lu Chaoxian came to his senses and said gratefully, "Junior brother Ren, really, thank you for saving my life." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shook his head, "Not to mention that we are all disciples of the pill-expanding hall, even if I forced you to go last, you don't have to thank me. This is all my fault. If I don't drag you out, then what am I?" Then, he pointed to the jade boxes in the carriage and asked, "By the way, Senior Brother Lu, our carriage has been stuck in the forest, and the jade boxes we used to store herbs are gone. How can we pick the herbs?" Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "The fragrance cult has as many jade boxes as we want. Although we don't have ours, we can use the other disciples' jade boxes. With so many jade boxes, they may not be able to pick all the herbs. And when Junior Brother Ren really enters the valley, he will know the reason." Seeing that Lu Chaoxian was keeping them in suspense, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't ask any more questions. The carriage moved forward for a while and turned a corner. 2 incomparably huge mountain ridges appeared in front of them, like 2 screens blocking everyone's view. The last afterglow of the setting sun was hidden behind the screens. Between the mountain ridges was a huge gap, which was the real entrance to the Grand Canyon. At this time, in front of the entrance, there were dozens of disciples dressed in tight clothes. Looking at their clothes, they should be the outer disciples of the Wuming Hall. Behind these outer disciples, there were more than 10 elders, including Martial Uncle Zhang. Seeing that the last group of people had arrived, these people looked a little unhappy. Presumably, Martial Uncle Zhang had already told them what had happened, which made them very angry. With their experience, they didn't know how many disciples they had sent into the Grand Canyon for the trial, but it was very rare for them to be in such a difficult situation and in such a dangerous situation. The outer disciples of the Dan Tower Hall who were escorting the Dan Tower Hall saw that the elders' faces were not good. They felt anxious and could only quietly move forward, not daring to breathe too loudly. Until they reached the front, they cupped their fists and saluted. Although the elders of the Wuming Hall didn't look happy, they still nodded and slightly saluted back. Marshal Uncle Zhang and a few other younger elders raised their hands and shouted, "Be careful." Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua and the others arrived in front of the Grand Canyon. Looking at the incomparably huge Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "This Grand Canyon is too big. I thought it was the same as our Rejuvenation Valley." Hearing this, Lu Chaoxian also whispered, "Junior brother Ren, don't worry. When you enter, you will be even more surprised." The Grand Yulon Canyon was very high, but it wasn't long. The entrance of the Grand Canyon was also huge. Not to mention a pair of carriages, even if 20 carriages were to travel side by side, it would still be spacious. After passing through the Grand Canyon, they were greeted by an endless grassland. Looking at the lush green grass, Zhang Xiaohua was indeed somewhat stunned. She asked, Is this still the Grand Yulon Canyon? Aren't we picking herbs in the Grand Yulon Canyon?" Lu Chaoxian, who was in the car, smiled and said, "That's what I said. Junior brother Ren, you should have asked more before coming. Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, you would be in the dark." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I knew that senior brother Lu would be here, so I didn't want to ask more in advance." Lu Chaoxian slapped his forehead and said with a defeated expression, "Although it is called Yulon Evening Refinement, it doesn't necessarily take place in the Grand Yulon Canyon. This grassland is called the Yulon Prairie, so wouldn't it be called Yulon Evening Refinement?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "As the name suggests, I am too subjective. I only heard Yulon Evening Refinement and Yulon Canyon, so I combined the two together. I misunderstood." Then, she looked up at the almost endless grassland and said, "So, the place where we pick herbs is also on the other side of the grassland?" Lu Chaoxian pointed to a place in the west and said, "The places where inner and outer disciples train are different. Our Dan Sprouting Hall, Qinkun Hall, and Shuyu Hall all go to different places. According to the excavations of the Dan Sprouting Hall's seniors, in the last few hundred years, the place where we pick herbs is the strange birch forest in the west. There are a lot of spiritual grasses there, and it is relatively safe. However, I heard that going to the strange birch forest is a bit troublesome, and it takes a few days." "Troublesome?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. "If it is not troublesome, why would we need outer disciples to guard us?" Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked back at the towering mountain ridge and asked, "This mountain ridge is very continuous. Why did we only come from the Grand Canyon, and through this mysterious forest? Can't we come from other places?" Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely and said puzzledly, "Junior brother Ren is really interesting. If you don't come from here, where else can you come from? If there were other places to go, wouldn't the seniors of the fragrance cult have found it long ago, and let the juniors risk their lives to come from the forest? Do we have to wait for the ban to be removed once every 5 years?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help laughing. What Lu Chaoxian said was very right, and his logic was also very strict. Perhaps she was thinking too much. If there were other entrances, wouldn't the capable people of the fragrance cult have found it long ago? The caravan of the Pill Expanding Hall entered the Grand Canyon, and the sky was already dark. Under the guidance of the leading disciple, they came to the west of the mountain ridge. At this time, the disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall and the disciples of the Wuming Hall were divided into 2 groups. The leading disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall shouted, "Brothers, since we have entered the Grand Canyon, now we have passed the first test. This is the resting place of the disciples who have entered the Grand Canyon over the years, so it should be absolutely safe. Everyone find a place to rest, and we will continue tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked up. Yes, there were many caves on the mountain ridge. Presumably, the disciples of the fragrance cult had already prepared them for the convenience of resting. Chapter 6:14. While the leading disciple was talking, the disciples of Wuming Hall were also led to another place to rest. This place was obviously higher than the caves of the disciples of Pillsprouting Hole. Seeing the outer disciples leave, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the carriage and followed behind Lu Chaoxian. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. This fragrant cult is really particular. The ordinary disciples of Pillsprouting Hall live in the caves at the bottom of the mountain, while the disciples of Wuming Hall live higher up. What about the caves at the top? Could it be that the inner disciples live there? Peacock, Chin Chin, and the others live there. There were many caves at the bottom of the mountain, enough for the disciples of Pillsprouting Hall to live in. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't picky and followed Lu Chaoxian into a random cave. When she saw the layout of the cave, she immediately understood what Lu Chaoxian meant when he said, "You'll know when you get inside." In addition to the necessary beds, the walls of the cave were filled with jade boxes filled with herbs. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, Lu Chaoxian smiled. He pointed at the jade box and said, "See. Our seniors have already anticipated your difficulties. They have already prepared the jade box. You can take more tomorrow." "Yes, I know. Senior brother Lu, for the sake of the seniors' efforts, I will take some." "Okay, when you leave tomorrow, let them take it for you." "Well, I'll be living next to you. If you need anything, feel free to look for me." After saying that, Lu Chaoxian walked out. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior brother Lu doesn't live here?" Lu Chaoxian couldn't help but laugh. He turned around and said, "Junior brother Ren, when you live with me every day, you have to cultivate your internal energy. I don't even dare to snore, how can I sleep well? Look at the countless caves on the mountain, one can sleep in one and occupy one. Why should I squeeze with you?" After saying that, he laughed and walked out. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled. Sitting on the stone bed, Zhang Xiaohua released her spiritual awareness. Sure enough, the caves next to her were the last few disciples of the convoy. It seemed that they were determined to unite around her. Sitting cross-legged, Zhang Xiaohua began to comprehend her rabbit talisman. Since she had seen the large-scale array formation outside the Yulon Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua gradually had a premonition in her heart that if she wanted to freely enter and exit the fragrant religion, then she would have to raise her array formation cultivation to a new level. Time passed quickly. When Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes with satisfaction, the sky was already filled with stars. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked out of the cave. At the bottom of the mountain, the disciples of the Dan Sprouting Hall had already raised numerous bonfires. Several disciples gathered together and whispered something. The little bonfires and the stars in the sky were a beautiful scenery. After looking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua looked around. She made a hand seal and went straight to the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain were caves. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them one by one. They were no different from the ones she lived in. Just as she was about to go somewhere else, she suddenly heard a whisper. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. This place was already very high, but she didn't see any disciples living here. Could this voice be? Just as she was thinking, the voice entered her ears. "What are you doing? It was not easy for me to ask your martial uncle to give you the task of leading the team. It can be considered as giving you a qualification. When you came out, your martial uncle must have explained it to you. How can you be so insensible? You actually rushed out of the woods with your brothers. Fortunately, only 2 carriages were damaged. If someone was killed, let's see how you explain it to the Dan Sprouting Hall. You can't blame me for this. We, the Wooming Hall, are just guards. We only do our best. Could it be that the loss of the Dan Sprouting Hall is also blamed on us? Alas, if they entered the valley, no one would blame us if there were any losses. But you brought them into the valley and lost disciples. It doesn't make sense. Master, I know this, but it was really urgent at that time. The time was almost up, but I didn't see the exit. I was really anxious. As Master said, it was not easy for me to get this task. If these disciples were all lost, even for your face, it would not be good. Then, he said hesitantly, so, when Senior Brother Lou said to leave with the horses, I was also very hesitant. Senior Brother Lou. Which Senior Brother Lou? It's Senior Brother Lou Lihong. Oh. Him. The disciple who climbed all the way up from the Dan Sprouting Hole. Yes, it's him. Master, I saw that Deputy Hall Master Ping sent someone to look for him. He seemed to value him a little, so, Deputy Hall Master Ping values him a lot. How come I didn't know? He's just a medicine boy from the Dan Sprouting Hole. He's very lucky to be able to enter our outer sect. His aptitude is also ordinary. How could he be favored by the Hall Master? This is not something that I can know. It's just that I was a little out of my wits at that time. When I heard what he said, I felt that it made sense, so, alas, forget it. It's too late to say this now. I asked you to come here to tell you that you have to do your best in the trial and strive to get more points than others. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to qualify for the outer sect test. Your martial arts are only a little better than your senior brother Lou's. It's almost impossible for you to qualify for the outer sect test. Yes, I will definitely follow Master's instructions and hunt as many beasts as I can in the trial. Yes, it's good that you know. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that the trial has come early this time. However, for the sake of the qualifications for the outer sect test, all the disciples are fighting over it. What I can say to you, what I can do for you, I've already done it. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Master. With you, I'm a treasure. I'm not like that Lu Lihong, who's just a grass in the wind. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Among my disciples, you're the only one who's smart. If you can enter the inner sect, I hope you. Is there a need for Master to say this? A master for a day is a father for life. Even if I'm an inner sect disciple, you're still my master. Haha, haha, alright, go back. Do your job well, that's better than anything else. Yes, Master. You wait here for my good news. The two of them talked and gradually walked away. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the dark cave and was very thoughtful. It seemed that senior brother Lu Lihong's position in Wooming Hall was really not high. After a night of silence, the next morning, the entire Dan Expanding Hall's team officially set off for the Yulon Prairie under the escort of the outer sect disciples. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage was damaged in the dense forest, so the other 2 disciples gave their carriages to Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian. They also put some jade boxes in the cave on the carriage. There was no need for Zhang Xiaohua to do it herself. After entering the Yulon Grand Canyon, a beautiful scenery entered their eyes. The endless green grass directly connected the sky and the earth. A gentle breeze brought a fresh breath. It was the scene of a paradise. But except for Zhang Xiaohua, who didn't know the details of the prairie, a trace of panic slowly appeared on the faces of the others. This panic became more and more intense as the carriage went deeper. Maybe it's because I often hear about the dangers of the Yulon Dusk refinement and have already planted a seed in my heart. Now that I'm walking in this picturesque place, I feel uneasy. Zhang Xiaohua thought so. However, looking at the outer sect disciples who were guarding around, they were also very vigilant. They held their swords in their hands and didn't dare to relax. Zhang Xiaohua was a little vigilant, but thinking about it, how strong could some wild beasts be, no matter how powerful they were? Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. There wasn't the slightest abnormality in the surrounding dozens of feet. Wherever she looked, there was a tranquility. Gradually, she lost interest. The carriage was driven by Lu Chaoxian. Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage and meditated. After traveling for half a day, the carriage came to a high slope. The team didn't rest and turned to go north. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She went behind Lu Chaoxian and asked, "Senior brother Lu, aren't we going west? This road is flat and we can walk in front. Why are we going north?" Lu Chaoxian raised his head and looked around. He whispered, "Junior brother Ren, don't speak loudly. As far as I know, the route to the strange birch forest has been explored by the seniors. Only by going this way can we avoid encountering more wild beasts." "Oh, so it's like this." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "There aren't any obvious signs on this grassland. Senior brother Lu, you can actually distinguish them clearly. You really are extraordinary. If it was me, I would have lost my way long ago." These words weren't wrong. Zhang Xiaohua had always been unable to distinguish between things. Previously, with the help of her divine sense and the method of using divine traction, she could still clearly feel her surroundings. Now that her divine sense was restricted, what she could see was blurry. If it weren't for the fact that over 100 carriages changed directions, she would have almost never discovered that they had gone in a different direction. At this moment, the leading disciple suddenly stood up from the carriage. He took out a small triangular black flag from his bosom and waved it 3 times. The entire team immediately stopped. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth to ask again, but she saw Lu Chaoxian immediately turn around and put his finger to his mouth, indicating for Zhang Xiaohua to shut up. Zhang Xiaohua was very tactful and stopped talking. She only looked forward. After a while, she saw the leading disciple take out a small white triangular flag and wave it in the air. Then, the whole team slowly moved forward. At this moment, Lu Chaoxian turned around and asked, "Junior brother Ren, do you not know the meaning of the black and white flags?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded honestly. Sigh. Lu Chaoxian sighed. "Junior brother Ren, you're indeed bold because you're skilled. You came to Silent Orchid Dusk with a magnanimous heart and did not prepare anything." Then, knowing that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't answer, he continued, "There are many ferocious beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. In order not to attract their attention, we quietly pass by. Most of the time, we can't speak loudly, so we use this flag to send messages to the carriage behind us." Chapter 6:15. To put it simply, the black flag means to pay attention, be quiet, and stop. The white flag means that you can move forward, but you should relax a little. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head, and I understand. This seems to be similar to Jianghu's escorts. By the way, are there also outer disciples in front of us? Lu Chaoxian smiled, "That's right. If not, how could the leader of our Dan expanding hall know that there is danger in front?" While they were talking, Lu Lihong, who was riding in front of them, seemed to have heard their conversation. He stopped his horse slightly and waited for Zhang Xiaohua to come closer. He whispered, "Junior brother Ren, you must not speak. This is the territory of a group of wild pigs. If they are disturbed, it will be very troublesome." Wild pigs. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked softly, "What kind of beast is that? Why haven't I heard of it?" Lu Lihong frowned slightly and said, Junior brother Ren, please restrain your curiosity. After a while, when we are far away from them, I will answer you. After saying that, he looked around vigilantly and moved forward again. Seeing that Lu Lihong came over to warn her, Zhang Xiaohua did not ask any more questions. She shrank back and was about to continue practicing. Suddenly, the leader's flag in front of them was raised again. It shook 3 times and the carriages stopped. After a while, the black flag quickly shook again. At this time, the outer disciples who were guarding the carriages all jumped down from their horses and used their qin gong to walk outside. After 10 feet, they held their swords in front of them and looked around nervously. Seeing that Lu Chaoxian's face was a little pale, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer sit still in the carriage. He slowly walked behind Lu Chaoxian and stood on top of the carriage to look ahead. He saw that the carriages in front were also quietly parked there, as if waiting for something. After a while, the horse at the front became restless. Its hooves kept knocking on the grass, and it snorted from time to time. The disciple who was pulling the carriage quickly jumped down from the carriage and tried his best to calm it down. However, the horse seemed to have smelled something uneasy and refused to stop. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was also alert. She turned to look to the right and saw that about 10 feet in front of them, a vague black spot slowly appeared from the lush grass. It was gradually approaching the carriages. The outer sect disciples guarding the right front also saw this. Immediately, more than 10 people rushed forward with their swords in hand. When they were some distance away from the carriages, they quietly crouched down and hid in the bushes. After half a cup of tea's time, the black spot gradually became clearer. When Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look, she saw that it was a fat wild boar. It was just that its tusks were longer and its body was much bigger. This is the fermented boar. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. Isn't it just a wild boar that's one size bigger? The fermented boar walked forward slowly, as if it did not notice the carriages in front of it. Not long after, it came to the front of the outer disciples who were lying in ambush. Although there was only one fermented boar, the 10 outer disciples did not immediately move forward and continued to lie in ambush. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, she saw that behind the fermented boar, about 10 feet away, a white flag appeared and swayed slightly. Zhang Xiaohua understood that this was probably the outer disciples who were scouting ahead. Since it was a white flag, it meant that it was safe. At this time, the fermented boar that was walking lazily suddenly stopped and stretched out its nose to sniff the air. Then, it discovered the carriages in front of it. The fermented boar opened its mouth and roared fiercely, directly rushing towards the nearest carriage. The pill-expanding hall disciple who was driving the carriage turned pale and his legs were trembling. He could only cast a pleading look at the outer disciples who were hiding in the grass. Those outer disciples did not panic. They waited for the fermented boar to enter the circle before revealing themselves from the grass. They held their swords in their hands and looked at the fermented boar with a smile. Their earlier nervousness was gone. The ferocious pig was charging towards the horse carriage when it suddenly saw so many people surrounding it. It seemed to be shocked and immediately stopped. Then, it roared again and charged towards the nearest disciple. Its shining fangs looked extraordinarily ferocious. Although his face was relaxed, but that disciple did not dare to be negligent. When he saw the fermented boar charging in front of him, he did not face it head-on but instead turned his body sideways to avoid the fermented boar's head. He stretched out his long sword and pierced towards the fermented boar's neck. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought that the sword would definitely hit, the fermented boar stopped and twisted its fat body, biting towards the tip of the sword. Is this a wild boar? Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching the battle from afar, almost dropped her chin on the carriage. The fermented boar's agility, the ingenuity of its dodging and the angle of its bite was not inferior to a person who knew martial arts. When Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her eyes to take a closer look, the fermented boar was already fighting with the outer disciple. This fermented boar was one size bigger than an ordinary wild boar. It was almost as tall as the outer disciple's waist. When it was angered to the extreme, it raised its two hind legs and pounced forward. It was actually taller than the outer disciple. Although it did not know martial arts, but with its rough skin and thick flesh and agile body, it was almost on par with the outer disciple. AI, so that's how it is. No wonder when the Pill Repository Hall's disciples heard that they were coming to the Yulon Grand Canyon, they were afraid. Just this fermented boar alone was not enough to deal with several Pill Repository Hall's disciples. What if a group of fermented boars suddenly appeared? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood the danger of the Yulon dusk refinement. She suddenly thought, it seems that this wild boar appears in a group. I wonder if the fermented boars also live together. However, thinking about the white flag of the scouting disciple, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. This fermented boar should have secretly come out to eat wild food and separated itself from the group. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was distracted, there was a new change in the field. The outer disciple should be familiar with the fermented boar's characteristics. The long sword in his hand did not attack other places except for the fermented boar's mouth and eyes. Finally, after several attempts, the fermented boar's right eye was pierced. With a twist of the wrist, the fermented boar's eye was gouged out. Then, as the long sword was pulled out, the fermented boar's eye became a bloody hole. The fermented boar was blinded in one eye. It roared again and again, like a madman. It pounced on the disciple. At this time, the disciple was even more confident. He used his movement technique to constantly dodge, trying to find an opening to cut down the fermented boar. After a few more moves, the fermented boar was ferocious. The outer disciple could not find any obvious openings. The leading outer disciple looked around and was somewhat impatient. He waved his hand and shouted, "Junior brother, don't waste time. This fermented boar is yours. We will not fight with you. It's just that this is the fermented boar's territory. If it takes too long, there might be an accident. We brothers will help you. Let's hurry." After saying that, the 3 or 4 disciples on the left also raised their swords and attacked. Sure enough, not long after, a disciple took advantage of the chaos to stab the fermented boar's other eye. Then, the first disciple stabbed the fermented boar's chest. As he pulled out the long sword, the fermented boar wailed a few times and crawled on the ground. The disciple cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior brothers, for your help." One of the disciples laughed, "You don't have to thank us. If you want to thank someone, you should thank this fermented boar. It was charging at you. Otherwise, these 10 points would have been someone else's." The disciple smiled and did not say anything. He walked to the fermented boar's corpse and grabbed its tail. With a wave of his long sword, he cut off the tail. He turned around and walked to the side of the horse. He took a large leather bag from the horse's back and threw it inside. The other disciples who were watching the battle also returned to their horses. Everyone reorganized their formation and continued to move forward. After about half a day, the caravan changed direction again. This time, it was heading west. After a while, Lu Lihong walked to Zhang Xiaohua's carriage and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, have you seen such a ferocious beast?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "No, senior brother Lu. Previously, you said that the orchid dusk refinement was dangerous, but I didn't care. I only thought that it was just a ferocious beast. How could it be compared to a human? Now it seems that this fermented boar is so powerful. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by senior brother, but I reckon that I'm definitely not its opponent. At most, I can use Qin Gong to escape. If I face it head-on, I will definitely be bitten." Lu Lihong's eyes showed a trace of mockery. The fermented boar just now was just an appetizer. It was only a warm-up. If a group of fermented boars appeared, then it would be a real fight. However, you don't have to worry. Even if there is danger, it will be us, the outer disciples, who will charge at the front. Then, many thanks to Senior Brother Lu and the other outer disciples. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "That's right, Junior Brother just wanted to ask why we didn't go straight to the west. Instead, we first turned north and then west. Now that I think about it, is it because we will encounter more ferocious beasts if we keep going west?" Lu Lihong nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. I heard from the Senior Brother in the hall that if we keep going west, it will be the territory of the wolves. Junior Brother Ren also knows that the wolves are far more powerful than the fermented boars. If we provoke a group of fermented boars, maybe we will be injured a little and be able to safely bring you there. But if we provoke a group of fermented boars, then it won't be so simple." Why does Senior Brother Lu dare to speak so loudly at this time? I presume that there are no particularly dangerous beasts in this place, right? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. That's right. After the fermented boar's territory, we will be heading west for a day. It will be the territory of Piang and elk. Their temperament is docile. If we don't provoke them, they won't take the initiative to attack us. So, this day can be considered the most stable part of our journey. But Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. But what? Lu Lihong sat upright on his horse and looked up at the setting sun in front of him. He said with a strange tone, "It's just that the safest places often hide great dangers. Although this territory belongs to the Piang and elk, there are often fierce beasts that come to hunt them. If we happen to run into them, it'll be extremely dangerous." Then why do you say it's the safest? I thought it wouldn't be dangerous. Because our route passes through the middle of their territories, even if there are ferocious beasts that cross the border to hunt, they will only be at the border of their territories. Almost none of them will come to the central area, so it is the safest route, but Lu Lihong wanted to say something but hesitated. Chapter 6:16. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, since the beasts are hunting at the border of their territory, then the center of the Pai Yang's territory is naturally safe. Oh, Senior Brother Lu is right, I was careless. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and said, "You took it for granted. Just now, Senior Brother said that we can encounter beasts. Since these beasts can go deep into the center of their territory, their strength is naturally extraordinary. If we encounter them, it will be extremely dangerous." Lu Lihong nodded and said, "That's right. Don't look at the Pai Yang and elk's docile appearance. If you provoke them, they will attack in groups. Moreover, they are very large in number and occupy a large area. No matter how fierce a beast is, it will be difficult to escape from their encirclement. Therefore, the strength of a beast that has the courage to enter the center of the territory is unimaginable." Looking at Lu Lihong's lingering fear, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior Brother Lu, this should be your second time here, right? You seem to be quite knowledgeable." "Yes, Junior Brother Ren is right. When I first came here, I was still a disciple of the Pill Tower Hole. It was here, a little further ahead, that I encountered a hunting cheetah. As you know, cheetahs are famous for their ferocity on the prairie. That day, I was unlucky because 4 cheetahs appeared at the same time and were surrounded by hundreds of outer disciples. Although they managed to kill 2 of them, the other 2 still managed to escape. Among them, more than 10 outer disciples were seriously injured. One of them was injured by a cheetah not far from me. Thinking about his miserable state, I can't bear to look at it now." Then he shook his head and said, "I feel that even if I encounter that cheetah now, I only have a 60% chance of killing it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior Brother Lu's luck has always been very good. This is the second time you are participating in the Orchid Evening Refinement. Think about it, there are so many disciples in the School of Fragrance, who can compare with Senior Brother Lu. Moreover, think about it, Senior Brother Lu, you encountered it last time. This time, you will have fewer chances of encountering it. With your luck, you can't possibly encounter it twice. Ha! Lu Lihong laughed. I hope so. He then rushed forward, not forgetting to remind them before he left, all of you should come out and get some fresh air. This period of time can be considered peaceful. It won't be too late to hide in the carriage when you encounter any danger. The caravan moved forward in the twilight. Sure enough, it was very stable. They didn't see any ferocious beasts, sheep, or elk. On this green grassland, only the winding caravan was the only scenery. When the sky gradually darkened, the caravan arrived at a low-lying area. On the flat grassland, there was actually a huge circle made of many stones. The stones were also very large, like the outer walls of a castle. The carriage entered the stone circle through a gap. The inside was not as exaggerated as she imagined. It was just empty and there were no buildings. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to ask others. This must be a resting place built by the disciples who entered the valley in the past for convenience. After entering the stone circle, the caravan of the pill-expanding hall gathered at the most central place, while the disciples of the Wuming Hall were scattered around the periphery, which was right next to the stone wall. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage also followed the crowd to the center and stopped. Lu Chaoxian jumped off the carriage, stretched his body, and smiled at Zhang Xiaohua. Junior Brother Ren, you can finally relax. I saw that you were asking all kinds of questions along the way. You didn't seem to have any pressure. Zhang Xiaohua knew how they felt. She shook her head and said, the ignorant are fearless. I didn't expect that I would come for the trial, so I didn't ask anything. So, I didn't feel nervous or pressured. That's great. You don't know how nervous I was along the way. When I saw that pig, I was afraid that it would escape the outer disciples' encirclement and come for me. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said, Senior Brother Lu, don't be afraid. Don't you have me? Don't worry. Before Zhang Xiaohua finished her words, several people rushed over from behind and said, Junior Brother Ren, there's still us. Don't forget us. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to turn her head. She knew that it must be the 8 people who followed her. When these people came to the front, they did not talk nonsense. One of them climbed into Zhang Xiaohua's carriage and took out a bulging bag from inside. Then, he took out a pile of things from the bag. It turned out to be a tent for the night. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and wanted to help. That disciple quickly stopped her and said, Junior Brother Ren, you don't have to interfere with this kind of rough work. Let us do it. Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. In the past, wasn't he the one who did all the chores like setting up the tents? Just as she was about to say something, Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, Junior Brother Ren, you don't have to do it. Look at me, they didn't let me do it. You and I will just watch from the side. If there is any dangerous place in the future, you can lend a hand. Wouldn't it be much better than helping here? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded. This was indeed reasonable. Although it was true that capable people should do more work, it was even more reasonable to make the best use of one's talent. Even if he was strong enough to set up these tents, compared to being able to kill the beasts and save their lives, they valued the latter more. When he looked up again, the 3 arhats not far away were also sitting in a carriage. They naturally enjoyed the service of others, serving them tea, water, food, and drinks. Compared to them, he was more close to the people. 6 of the 8 disciples were setting up the tents. The other 2 were smart. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at other places, they immediately woke up and quickly took out water and food from the carriage. They walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian attentively and handed the things over. They smiled and said, "2 leaders, we have fewer people and less food. Please don't mind. Eat a little first." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. He had always been low-key, so he was a little unaccustomed to other people's attentiveness. He saw that Lu Chaoxian was also looking at him. It seemed that if he didn't take it, he wouldn't eat it either. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't refuse. He took the leather bag and said with a smile, "I don't eat much, so I'll just drink a little water. You guys eat first. We still have a month here, so we should save as much as we can." Hee, okay. Lu Chaoxian saw Zhang Xiaohua take the water bag and also took the food. While they were talking, the tents were already set up. But when he saw the tent, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. This tent seemed a little too big. Pointing at the tent, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior brother Lu, why is our tent so big? It's too wasteful to sleep 2 people. At this time, the other 6 people also came over. One of them smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame us. We have overstepped a little. Without your consent, we connected the tents of the 10 of us together. We thought that since junior brother Ren's martial arts is superior, it would be best if he stayed with you. Only then can we sleep well. Do you have any objections?" Looking at the tent that had been set up long ago, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only wave his hand, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I sleep like a log at night. You can ask senior brother Lu. It doesn't matter how many people there are." Lu Chaoxian also rubbed his hands, "I don't turn over when I sleep, so I don't know." Everyone wanted to faint. Wasn't the purpose of making a big bed to rely on the 2 heroes? Well, one was more dead than the other, so what was the use? After resting for a while, the whole camp gradually became more lively. The disciples had been in fear all along the way, fearing that a ferocious beast would jump out from somewhere. Now that they were behind the stone wall, they felt somewhat safe and comforted. Unconsciously, they recovered their usual liveliness. After sitting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 3 arhats. He had only been at Tianmu Peak for a short time, so among the 300 people in the Pill Repository Hall, he seemed to have some friendship with the 3 arhats. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to move, he saw that the eyes of the 4th arhat, Si Huinan, were flickering. He actually looked elsewhere, not daring to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and stopped in his tracks. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that he has some misgivings? Maybe he's afraid that I'll go to his place to recruit people?" After observing carefully, he unconsciously understood. Although he was estranged from the 3 arhats, the 3 arhats should be very close to each other. At least, they acted very close on Tianmu Peak. But now, they were not sitting together. They were sitting in different places, surrounded by all kinds of disciples. They did not move around with each other. Thinking about what Lu Chaoxian said, that every disciple had the custom of showing some filial piety to their leader, Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood the reason. He thought to himself, there's no need to be like this. It's just a little conflict of interest, and they're already so estranged. In one's life, do they only pursue small benefits in front of them? Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. He smiled and said to the disciples, "I'm going to meditate in the tent. Don't disturb me." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for the others to answer. He quickly walked into the tent and found the furthest corner. He took out the praying mat and sat down. His 5 hearts faced the sky as he digested what he had just learned. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense, covering the surrounding space of about 10 feet. At this time, his divine sense, combined with what he had just comprehended, actually combined with Zhang Xiaohua's alertness and agility. A strange and weak connection was established between his mind and divine sense. Therefore, although Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could still only cover the original space, he could see and feel a lot more things. At least for now, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense to carefully savor the fear, sadness, joy, and some helplessness in this space. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart seemed to have resonated with the hearts of all the disciples in the Pill Tower Hall. He could savor their feelings through his divine sense, and Zhang Xiaohua's mind was also gradually sharpened and improved. Perhaps this was what it meant to cultivate the heart first. Chapter 6:17. Not knowing how much time had passed, Zhang Xiaohua's mind stirred. She used her divine sense to look at her tent. She saw that the 9 disciples were all sitting around the entrance of the tent, looking inside from time to time and whispering something. She then looked inside the stone wall. There were not many disciples still walking around. It was getting late. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curved into a smile. She opened her eyes and shouted, "Senior brothers, it's cold outside. Let's go into the tent to rest." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's call, the disciples showed joy and walked into the tent. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren has finally come out." "Come out?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "Is it wrong?" Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and said, "I always heard that when you practice internal strength, you often have to go into seclusion. During this period, you are most afraid of being disturbed. If it's light, you will suffer from Qigong deviation. If it's serious, you will lose your life. Although we were very sleepy just now, we did not dare to disturb you." The people next to him also showed an envious expression. Yes, their junior brother practiced internal strength, which was not the same as ordinary fists and feet. Tuat and Hall had always encouraged the disciples to practice martial arts. There were also basic cultivation methods in the library. Even the cultivation methods of internal strength were elementary. Unfortunately, they had all missed the best time to practice. Even if the cultivation methods of peerless martial arts were placed in front of them, it was no different from a pile of waste paper. Therefore, now they had to bow their heads to this junior brother who was much younger than them and beg him to lend a hand in times of crisis. If they could also practice internal strength and become strong martial artists, how good would that be? Although Zhang Xiaohua was young, she knew clearly what they were thinking. Didn't she have the same idea when she was in the Misty Mountain Villa and the Lotus Escort Agency? Therefore, putting himself in their shoes, Zhang Xiaohua understood their feelings very well. He stood up and said, "Senior brother Lu, senior brothers, please don't be like this. This little brother only learned this martial art by chance. It's not a big deal. When I came in just now, I didn't pay much attention to what I said. This little brother only meant to say, 'Oh, just be a little quieter,' not." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, another disciple waved his hand and said, "Junior brother Ren, you don't have to explain. Your martial arts are strong and you can practice hard. Even when you are resting, you still want to practice. You are our role model. Moreover, the higher your martial arts, the safer we will be. We don't care at all." "Yes, junior brother Ren, this is already very good. You don't know this, but the other 3 arhats all have their own tents and don't let others in. We took the initiative to connect your tent with ours, but forgot that you still want to practice martial arts. This should be our fault." Seeing everyone apologizing to each other, Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "All right, it's already late. Since we know that junior brother Ren doesn't mind these things, let's not mention it. However, since junior brother Ren wants to practice martial arts, we will sleep far away from him." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also smiled and didn't stop them. It was indeed inconvenient for him to sleep at night, so it was normal for him to stay far away from them. When everyone entered the tent, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the entrance of the tent. Looking at the darkness, he felt that something was wrong. When he looked back and saw the small oil lamp that had just been lit, he couldn't help but frown and asked, "Senior brother Lu, it seems that when we are spending the night in the wild, we should have some bonfires, not only to keep warm but also to drive away the wild beasts." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, "Junior brother Ren said that is a common principle. In our Valley Orchid Dusk, it is not feasible. The wild beasts in the Valley Orchid Dusk are different from the ordinary wild beasts in Jianghu. They don't seem to be afraid of fire. And maybe there are some that are afraid of fire, but they are all quite docile wild beasts and can't pose a threat to us. In this Valley Orchid Dusk, if a bonfire is lit at night, it will attract the wild beasts. Therefore, when we are staying, we never light a bonfire." Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. There is such a reason. Then he said, "You all rest first, I will go out and take a look." Lu Chaoxian hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Junior brother Ren, don't go too far. Just stay inside the stone wall. It is already night, if you go too far, I am afraid it will be dangerous." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and walked out. It was already dark outside, and there were only some lights in the tents. Even the sound of snoring could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and secretly laughed. When he walked to a secluded place, he made a hand seal and directly escaped from the camp. As the campsite was located in a depression, although there were tall and rough stone walls around, they were not obvious in the pitch-black grassland. The disciples of Wuming Hall set up various tents under the stone walls. On the stone walls, there were disciples constantly patrolling the gaps between the walls. Zhang Xiaohua escaped for a distance and returned to the ground. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the night sky full of stars. At this time, it was already late at night, but the wind in the grassland was getting stronger, blowing the grass to the east and swaying to the west. Zhang Xiaohua was lazily lying on the thick grass. His nose smelled the fragrance of the earth, but his thoughts had drifted far away. His original plan was to keep a low profile in Tianmu Peak and wait until he had a lot of free time to avoid the eyes and ears of Chen Fengxiao and the others. Then he would go to Shixin Peak to look for his second brother. But this inexplicable orchid evening refinement brought him to this strange place. Moreover, he had to risk his life to return safely. Zhang Xiaohua casually picked up a blade of grass from the ground and bit it in his mouth. He had some calculations in his mind. This Valley Orchid Dusk was a test for the disciples of Dan Tower Hall. It was a test that they risked their lives for. It was not a place that any disciple could enter as they wished. He had just arrived at the fragrance cult. According to the usual rules, he would only have the opportunity to enter after 5 or 10 years. How could he suddenly be selected? The list of names to enter the valley was drawn up by Deputy Hall Master Su of Dan Tower Hall. It was also approved by Hall Master Purple Ginseng. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the hint from Zhou Shuming, the great guardian deity of the Dan department. His heart moved. Perhaps it was Deputy Hall Master Su's idea. However, he thought again. It was not possible. Even if it was for those gold leaves, there was no need to spend so much money. Weren't those gold leaves also placed in front of Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu? Based on their experience, they did not take it by force. So Deputy Hall Master Su should not. After all, he was a hall master. He was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. How could he be so ruthless for mere gold leaves? But if it was not him, why would there be such a farce of being redeemed by meritorious service on the White Mountain Peak? Originally, He did not have any burdens, but he just had to find himself a mission to pick the 100-year ice soul grass. Sigh, he really did not understand. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. They did not know the level of his martial arts, so he would play with them. Since it was a conspiracy, then the cat would definitely be out of the bag in the end. As the ancient said, any conspiracy is pale and powerless in the face of powerful martial arts. He did not believe that they could do anything to him. However, at this quiet moment, under the bright starry sky, was there any trace of Zhang Xiaohu on the nearby Shixin Peak? Further away, what was Rejuvenation Valley's little fish Nya doing? Was she cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra or the 5 Elements Dye information? Although he had only taught little fish Nya the first level of the mental cultivation method, it was not easy for her to successfully cultivate it with the Rejuvenation Valley's heaven and earth yuan qi. Further away, under the starry sky in the Guizhuang house, father, mother, elder brother and elder sister, and the 1-year-old Byron, how were they doing? Thinking of the chubby Byron, perhaps he was already walking by now. Sigh, another sigh. Zhang Xiaohua's mind unconsciously recalled the face of the girl with the red mole at the corner of her mouth hidden in the depths of her heart. Was she all right? Where was she? Those large eyes, snow-white skin, and the black hair tied at the top of her head casually draped behind her head. Little Meng's entire image seemed to be reflected in the distant night sky. Suddenly, this image turned into Nye Qinyu's somewhat sorrowful face. Her resentful gaze was like the starlight in the sky, penetrating Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Oh! Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Could it be that there was actually a shadow of this girl in her heart? But thinking about it, it was also true. She had not seen little Meng for many years. She did not know where she was or what she looked like now. It was said that the world changed and people's hearts were unpredictable. She did not know what had changed in little Meng. Sigh, this fragrant religion would only have a chance to leave after 2 years. After a few more years, Hong Yan would have grown old. The main point was, where would she go to find her? And Nye Qianyu had been with her for the entire journey. Although it could not be said that they were intimate, how could young people not occasionally say some witty words? After such a long time, how could there not be any traces left in her heart? On the other side of the starry sky, in a place at the extreme east of the Yulon Prairie, there were mountains and trees. In a huge underground karst cave, 2 women in palace attire each held a torch in their hands. They were slowly walking along a curved waterway. The karst cave was very humid and also extremely spacious. There was only the sound of dripping water and the slight sound of flowing spring water. She heard the woman in front say, "Zixia, I've asked you for 2 days. When you were traveling in Jianghu, did you meet anyone cute? Didn't anyone hold your hand or do anything flirtatious?" Ahem, senior sister Chin Chin, you must be joking. I've been an orphan since I was born and I don't know where my family is. I've long forgotten everything that happened before I was 12. Master was the first person I met and I followed him into the fragrance cult. How could I have met someone like Exant? Alas, your journey in Jianghu seems to have been in vain. You can't even compare to a little medicine boy from the Rejuvenation Valley. He only stretched out his hand and captured the young girl's heart. He even made the valley master of the Rejuvenation Valley risk his life to send him to our fragrant religion to further his studies. Maybe the fate of a good marriage is also unknown. That's true. By the way, I want to ask you, why do you always wear yellow clothes? You're called Zixia, so shouldn't you wear purple? Oh, and also, why is there only 1 hairpin on your head? Don't tell me you didn't have money that day and only bought one. Chapter 618. The hand of the woman in the palace dress trembled and she almost dropped the torch. Although Chin Chin did not turn around, she seemed to have eyes on her back and saw clearly. She chuckled and said, "Zi Xia, if that's the case, you have to have a heart-to-heart with me. Maybe I can help you." "Well, at least I can help you. Tell me, who are you? I can be considered to have seen countless people, so I'm better than you, right?" Zi Xia laughed and asked, "Senior Chin, if you want to help me, then it's not too late to clarify the meaning of seeing countless people first." What's wrong?" Chin Chin was depressed and asked, "Isn't it just seeing many people? You don't know that when I went out this time, I met many people in the Jianghu. Isn't that seeing countless people?" "But, Senior Chin, where did you hear this seeing countless people from?" "This. Zi Xia, if I tell you, you can't spread it out." "Of course. Senior Chen has been taking care of me all this time. You're almost comparable to Master. How can I reveal Senior Chen's secret?" "Well, that. When I left the valley, I secretly went to a drunken village house to listen to music." "Drunken village house? What's that place?" Zi Xia did not understand. Chen Chen moved close to Zi Xia's ear and whispered. Zi Xia listened and frowned slightly. She spat and said, "Senior Chin, what good words can there be? You." Then, she also whispered the meaning of seeing countless people in her ear. Alas, no one knew how many years it had been since someone came to this quiet cave. Even now, besides the two of them, who else could have heard it? And they both had to whisper in her ear. "Ah!" Chin Chin cried out in alarm and stamped her feet. Damn it, that woman with heavy makeup didn't explain it like that. She only said that she knew a lot of people. The next time I go out, I must smash that drunken village to vent my anger. Ouch! Chin Chin touched her slightly hot little face and began to recall when she had used this idiom that made people angry out of embarrassment. After a long time, Zi Xia reminded her softly, "Senior Marshal Sister, shouldn't we find a place to rest? It's almost midnight." I've come in so late today that I almost forgot. You're really troublesome. What kind of inner strength mantra are you cultivating? He actually needs to regulate his breathing every night. This, please forgive me, Senior Sister. It's a little privacy of mine. Hee. What privacy? Why don't you tell me what this pearl hair clip is all about? Zixia rolled her eyes at Chin Chin and didn't say anything. After a while, Chin Chin felt bored and said, "Well, don't talk about it. Let's go. I'll take you to sleep." Then, he took Zixia's hand and flew straight to the top of the cave without making any movements. The wind blew Zixia's black hair and the torch in her hand. In the swaying flame, the blush on her snow-white face was reflected. It was the unparalleled red glow in the sky under the setting sun. Zhang Xiaohua, who had bitten the grass root, looked at the face under the starry sky that he couldn't tell whether it was Xiaomeng or Nie Xiaoyu's face. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and mocked himself. Young people don't know anything about the world. In order to write new words, they say they are worried. Am I like that? He turned over and found that it was already late. When he was about to make an incantation to escape into the ground, he suddenly felt something and habitually released his divine sense. Unfortunately, there was no abnormal movement within 100 feet. However, he felt that there was something about 100 feet away from his divine sense, which made him feel uneasy. However, his divine sense couldn't reach it. Zhang Xiaohua slightly raised his head and looked in that direction. He saw that in the grass nearly 200 feet away, there were two things flashing red light. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and unconsciously remembered the records in the book. Were they wolves? However, didn't a wolf's eyes emit green light? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He quietly escaped into the ground and slowly approached the red light. When he quietly appeared behind the red light, he was surprised to find that it was a ferocious beast that was much bigger than he imagined. It was crouching on the ground like a human and carefully observing the towering stone wall in the distance. Inside the stone wall, he could vaguely see the figures of people. They should be the disciples of Wuming Hall who were patrolling. Then, the giant wolf-like ferocious beast bent down and slowly retreated. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked than before. How could this be a beast? Even a human might not be so clever. What kind of ferocious beasts were in this Yulon Grand Canyon? It would be possible to say that it was a spirit beast. The giant wolf retreated a few steps. Just as it was about to stand up and turn around, it suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. It immediately froze and slowly turned its huge head around. At this moment, a black cloud floated across the sky and blocked the bright moonlight. In the darkness, a tall and thin figure was standing beside the giant wolf. He tilted his head and looked at the wolf's every move with interest. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua who had escaped from the ground? When the giant wolf saw that there was only one person, its red eyes looked around and unconsciously opened its mouth. Then, it slowly turned around and faced Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was finally able to see the appearance of the giant wolf. The giant wolf's head was twice the size of a normal wolf's head. Its eyes were as big as a fist and flashed a weak red light in the night. Its mouth was also very big. When it opened and closed, its white sharp teeth were unceremoniously exposed. The giant wolf seemed to be observing Zhang Xiaohua. Even from its red eyes, Zhang Xiaohua could almost see the mockery in its eyes. One person and one wolf silently stared at each other for a while. Suddenly, the giant wolf leaped forward and silently pounced over. It wanted to push Zhang Xiaohua to the ground without alerting the people in the distance. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. This giant wolf really understood human nature. It even knew that she didn't want to make any noise. The giant wolf's movements were very fast. It was 3 times faster than a pig in the daytime. In this dark night, it was even harder to see clearly. Unfortunately, it was facing Zhang Xiaohua, an immortal chi practitioner. This person had already released her spiritual sense long ago, enveloping the surroundings. When she saw the giant wolf pouncing over, she did not panic at all. Just as the giant wolf's claws, which were the size of human hands, approached, her figure was like a breeze, dodging to the side without a trace of smoke or fire. The giant wolf missed, but its body was actually able to move in the air. It was even more powerful than the average Jianghu expert. With a slight movement of the giant wolf's body, the 2 claws behind it actually grabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua's abdomen from a strange angle. If it was an ordinary Jianghu expert, even if it was an outer disciple, they would have dodged the first attack in this dark night. They would definitely not expect such a move. There was an 80 to 90% chance that they would be injured by this sudden attack. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense locked onto the giant wolf. She could clearly see the claws that followed. This time, she did not dodge. Instead, she reached into her bosom with lightning speed and extended her hand. With a wave of her hand, a lightning-like brilliance flashed past. The giant wolf's claws that were grabbing towards Zhang Xiaohua were immediately chopped off. However, the lightning was incomparably sharp. For a moment, the giant wolf did not feel any pain. It was only when the giant wolf's body landed on the ground with its 4 claws did it realize that something was wrong. At this moment, a piercing pain entered the giant wolf's heart. Looking at the not too far away, the tall and thin figure of Zhang Xiaohua and the short sword in his hand, clear water, it could not help but feel a wave of fear from the bottom of its heart. Was this still the same person that it had met in the past, who did not have much strength to fight back and could only rely on numbers to win? Immediately, the giant wolf made a decision. It raised its head and opened its mouth to howl, as if it wanted to send out some kind of message. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to let it open its mouth. Her figure flashed, and another afterimage glided past. She directly closed in on the giant wolf. The short sword in her hand also directly pierced towards the giant wolf's open mouth. The giant wolf seemed to have long been prepared. Dragging its injured body, it tried its best to dodge to the side. Its head had long escaped the range of the short sword's attack. However, just as the giant wolf was about to open its mouth to howl again, suddenly, a burst of green light was emitted from the black short sword. A resplendent sword aura was released from the sword. It was almost 4 feet long, and directly pierced into the giant wolf's bloody mouth. It directly pierced into the giant wolf's weak throat. The sword aura flashed and disappeared. Immediately, the giant wolf seemed to have lost all the strength in its body. It stopped in the air, and its wide-open mouth could no longer make the slightest sound. With a soft, plop sound, the giant wolf's corpse fell on the ground in front of Zhang Xiaohua, raising a bit of dust. At this time, the black clouds that blocked the moon had just floated over, and the bright moonlight shrouded the whole earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She quickly escaped into the ground, leaving only a green, giant wolf corpse on the grass. Black blood kept flowing out from its tightly closed mouth. When Zhang Xiaohua escaped to the ground, there was no light in the whole stone wall. Only the snoring of the crowd could be heard. Inside the stone wall, there were still some disciples of Wuming Hall who were constantly patrolling. They did not know what was happening outside the stone wall. It seemed that they did not know how dangerous a disaster they had escaped. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the darkness, shook her head slightly, and walked slowly back to her huge tent. Within the tent, there was no need to talk about the others. Lu Chaoxian's snoring was incomparably loud. However, the others were also sleeping soundly. Alas, these people were also mentally and physically exhausted. Why would they care about a little noise? Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to check the surroundings. Then, she took out a few jade talismans from her bosom and quietly inserted them into the ground around the tent. Then, she made a hand seal and an invisible light curtain rose, protecting the tent tightly. After that, Zhang Xiaohua entered the tent and sat cross-legged in her corner. She took out 2 primordial stones and closed her eyes to cultivate. It was as if she had never left the tent. Chapter 6:19. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua was still the first to wake up. First, he removed the restriction around the tent. Then, he found a place to hide outside the stone wall. He practiced the fist of the Big Dipper and the flying sword technique for a while. Then, he returned to the tent. At this time, Lu Chaoxian and the other 8 disciples had also woken up. They were preparing to leave. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming back, everyone smiled and asked, "Junior brother Ren, did you go to practice?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and was about to help, but Lu Chaoxian and the others would not let her do it. They just smiled and said, "Junior brother, just wait for a moment. It's not your turn yet." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head with a wry smile. They were right. 8 people were enough to clean up. Alas, let nature take its course. The disciples of the Pill Tower Hall were quick, and even the disciples of the Wuming Hall were not easy to deal with. After a while, the camp within the stone wall was cleaned up. The leading disciple shouted and the whole team set off again. The carriages galloped out of the camp one by one. The disciples of the Wuming Hall guarded the carriages on both sides of the carriages and escorted them out of the stone wall. The team was heading towards the place where Zhang Xiaohua assassinated the giant wolf last night. The corpse of the giant wolf was lying in the grass, but the grass was so lush that it could not be seen immediately. When the team was about to pass through, Lu Lihong, who was guarding the team, inadvertently looked up and saw the giant wolf's head in the grass. Lu Lihong quivered and his hands and feet unconsciously trembled. Even his voice was trembling. He shouted loudly, "Blood wolf, it's the blood wolf." Ah! Blood wolf. The surrounding disciples were alarmed when they heard this. One by one, they drew their swords from their waists. It was as if a great enemy was approaching. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. The disciples became impatient, but they still didn't dare to move. The leading disciple looked up and was somewhat suspicious. He rode his horse to Lu Lihong's side and asked in a low voice, "Junior brother Lu, where did you see the blood wolf?" Lu Lihong pointed at the grass in front of them and said in horror, "Senior brother Qin, look over there. Isn't that blood wolf in the grass? Its head is much bigger than a normal wolf's, but its eyes are closed, so I can't tell if they are red." At this time, a gust of wind blew by, and the grass fell to the ground, revealing the corpse of the blood wolf. Senior brother Qin, who was leading the group, was shocked and shouted, "Junior brothers, be careful, it's the blood wolf." For a moment, the disciples of Wuming Hall were on tenterhooks again. The breeze passed, and the grass covered the blood wolf's body again. There was no movement. Senior brother Qin frowned and said, "Why is there no movement from the blood wolf?" It was said that the blood wolf moved in a pack. How come there was only one here? And I heard that when blood wolves see people, they either pounce on them or run away early. How can they just lie here like this? Lu Lihong's heart skipped a beat as he whispered, "Senior brother Qin, is Shui Lang already dead?" Dead? How could it be? However, this also reminded senior brother Qin that there was such a possibility. Moreover, they couldn't just confront each other like this. One side had to make the first move. Therefore, senior brother Qin said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu, I know that you have been living a hard life, and you have to bow your head in our Wuming Hole. How about this? Since you found the blood wolf, you might as well do more. Go ahead and have a look. If the blood wolf is really dead, the credit will be yours. None of us will snatch it from you. You know that an ordinary wild wolf is worth 10 points, but this blood wolf is worth 30 points. Junior brother, you don't have to raise your hand to get 30 points easily. Well, if you don't want to, I will send someone else. Although you were the first to find it, you will have to share many points with others." This. Lu Lihong was also a little hesitant. According to the current situation, the blood wolf is very likely to be dead. I just have to look ahead and I can get 30 points. This is something I have always dreamed of. It is extremely difficult to get 30 points with my martial arts alone. However, the blood wolf is a very cunning beast. This may be one of its tricks. Perhaps it is trying to lure others into its trap. After thinking for a long time, Lu Lihong still couldn't resist the temptation of getting points for free. He jumped off the horse, held a long sword in his hand, and walked step by step into the grass. Although his legs were trembling, his footsteps were still firm. The dozens of disciples behind him were also sweating. They nervously looked at Lu Lihong's back as he gradually walked away. Although they had a large number of people, there was no suspense in killing the blood wolf. However, for these disciples, it seemed impossible to have no casualties. So, no one wanted to be killed by the blood wolf before the trial began. After a long time, they heard a cry of ecstasy from the grass, "Brother Qin, quickly come here. This blood wolf is dead." Hearing this sentence, the disciples all had a ridiculous thought: why didn't the person who went forward be us? Why did we let Lu Lihong, who we don't like, take advantage of us. When Brother Chin heard this, his heart also relaxed. Since it was dead, then it was easy to deal with. However, he still held his long sword and cautiously walked in front of the blood wolf. After carefully looking at it, he put away his long sword and said with a smile, "Brother Lu is really lucky." Just as we entered the Spirit Orchid Prairie, we came across the corpse of a blood wolf. It seems that this blood wolf was killed just a few days ago. Then, Brother Chin squatted down and carefully observed the blood wolf's injuries. When he opened the blood wolf's mouth with difficulty and saw the injuries inside, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of martial arts was this? To actually be able to stab the blood wolf's mouth and kill it with one stab. In this Spirit Orchid Prairie, during the Spirit Orchid Dusk refinement, besides the inner disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, who else had such powerful martial arts? Well, the most important thing was that the blood wolf's tail was still there and had not been cut off. Only the inner disciples of the trial by fire would not care about the blood wolf's points. Brother Chin also said with a slightly jealous tone. He patted Lu Lihong's shoulder and said with a sigh, "Brother Lu, everyone said that you were lucky. I didn't care and thought that it was just a rumor. Now, it seems that it is true. You just got up, oh, you haven't even brushed your teeth yet, and you came across such a big meat pie falling from the sky. Let me see, are you knocked out?" Lu Lihong's face was somewhat flushed. He couldn't restrain his excitement. He cupped his hands and said, "Isn't this the result of Brother Chen's leadership? Brother Chen's progress and growth cannot be separated from Brother Chen's encouragement and guidance. This blood wolf's points should be for all of us." The last sentence was somewhat insincere. Brother Chen smiled and waved his hand, "No need. There is a rule in our Wuming Hall's trial by fire. For a dead beast, it belongs to whoever finds it. This blood wolf was found by you and it was you who went up to investigate. If it doesn't belong to you, who else can it belong to? Others can only be envious of this merit. No one will snatch it from you." "Ha, who told you to be lucky?" Brother Chen once again emphasized the word lucky. Lu Lihong's mouth twitched a few times. He could only cup his hands and said, "Then, thank you Brother Chen and all the other brothers. I won't be polite." Under the admiring eyes of the disciples, Lu Lihong held his sword and went up. He picked up the blood wolf's tail and was about to cut it down. At this time, Brother Chin was extremely surprised and stopped him. "Brother Lu, wait." Lu Lihong was surprised and blurted out, "Brother Chin, what do you think?" This question was somewhat inappropriate. It was as if Brother Chin was going to go back on his words. Brother Chen's face immediately became unhappy. Seeing this, Lu Lihong hurried to remedy the situation. "Senior Brother Chin, is there something wrong? Brother Chin is inexperienced. Please give me some pointers." Experience. Speaking of experience, this is your second time entering the Yulon Grand Canyon. Your experience is richer than ours. Senior brother, you must be joking. The last time I came, I was hiding behind Cousin Wuming's back. I was just picking herbs and didn't know anything. This time, it's a real trial. We can't compare." Lu Lihong's attitude was modest. Brother Chen's face became gentle. He pointed at the blood wolf's tail and said, "Brother Lu, did you forget? This blood wolf has a copper head, an iron tail, and a tofu waist. Ordinary swords can't even pierce its head. You see, even the inner disciples had to stab their swords into the blood wolf's mouth in order to kill it. The blood wolf's tail is even tougher. You want to use a sword to cut its tail? Do you think this is the pig we met yesterday?" After hearing this, the nearby disciples all burst into laughter. This was indeed the truth. The blood wolf's tail was also a sharp weapon during an attack. Who knew how many disciples of the Wuming Hall had been injured by it? Lu Lihong used his sword to chop the blood wolf's tail, but the result was most likely that the sword would be damaged. Lu Lihong's face was flushed. He put away his sword and took out a small knife from his chest. He circulated his internal force and used the time it took to drink a cup of tea to cut off the wolf's thick, broom-like tail. Zhang Xiaohua stood on top of the carriage and quietly watched all of this. He waited for Lu Lihong to cut off the blood wolf's tail. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. How can this blood wolf's tail be so tough? If the iron tail was like this, the copper head would be even more sturdy. Fortunately, last night, I had directly pierced the blood wolf's mouth with my sword. If I had only used the jade water sword, I might not have been able to kill it in one strike. At that time, if the blood wolf had sent out a signal, it would have spread far and wide in this silent prairie. Perhaps it would have attracted a pack of blood wolves. A single blood wolf can make the disciples of Wuming Hall so nervous. What if the wolf pack comes? Just as they were thinking, they heard Senior Brother Chen say, "This is the central area of the Pai Yang's territory. A single blood wolf would definitely not go too deep. Perhaps there are many blood wolves behind it. Junior brothers, quickly get on your horses." Chapter 620. Senior Brother Chen's expression was serious as he said, "Blood wolves have always been cunning. They won't go too deep into the central area. Since we found a blood wolf here, there must be a pack nearby. Junior brothers, time waits for no one. Let's quickly retreat." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and mounted his horse, heading straight to the front of the caravan. Seeing this, the disciples hurriedly mounted their horses and returned to their positions, waiting for the order to depart. Lu Lihong, who had benefited greatly, put the heavy wolf tail into the cloth bag on the horse's back. With an uncontrollable excitement, he returned to the side of Zhang Xiaohua's carriage. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cloth bag containing the wolf tail and didn't say anything. She had killed it with her own hands. If she congratulated him now, it would seem hypocritical. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Lu. It's a good thing to see such a good thing when you go out." Lu Lihong was speechless. It's not the new year. But he still smiled and said, "It's just luck." Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was inappropriate for her to not say anything. She said, "Actually, with Senior Brother Lu's martial arts, killing this blood wolf was as easy as blowing off dust. There was no difference between picking it up and killing it yourself. This guy really knows how to talk." He should have just congratulated Lu Lihong. Now that he had given him such a big compliment, Lu Lihong's face turned red. Lu Lihong awkwardly coughed and said, "This Junior Brother Ren thinks too highly of me. This blood wolf isn't the little white that you saw in Rejuvenation Valley." Senior Brother Lu also knows Little White. Cough, cough. Yes, when Little White was young, he bit my butt. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed. Little White's taste is really heavy. Before Lu Lihong could say anything, the flag in front of the carriage waved again and the carriage slowly moved. Lu Lihong didn't dare to delay and urged his horse to leave Zhang Xiaohua's carriage. He took a few steps forward and arrived at the position of the Wuming Hall's disciples. The caravan continued to move forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more blood wolves. However, this territory belonged to Pai goats and elk. Groups of Pai goats and elk would appear around the caravan and sometimes even block the way. Pai goats were similar to the goats of the Guozhuang house, but their bodies were 3 times bigger. The horns on their heads were also long and tight, like a dagger inserted in the head of a Pai goats. The Pai goats ran very fast, almost as fast as the horses of the Wuming Hall. They walked slowly in groups and leisurely ate the grass on the ground. However, when they were alarmed by the sound of the caravan, they immediately rushed away like fast horses and soon disappeared. However, due to the large number of pie goats, it was inevitable that there would be chaos when they ran. Once, they even rushed directly to the caravan of the pill expanding hole. Although the pie goats were very weak, as Lu Lihong said, they were difficult to deal with in large numbers. Fortunately, the disciples of the pill expanding hall were alert and rushed forward. The caravan behind them stopped and pulled a long gap. When the pie goats rushed past, the disciples of the pill expanding hall wiped the sweat on their heads. One pie goat wasn't scary, but a group of pie goats could scare even blood wolves. The elks were somewhat similar to Zhang Xiaohua's David's deer, but they were also one size bigger. The horns on their heads were also more than twice the size of the pie goats. The elks were even more timid. When they heard the sound of the caravan from afar, they fled in all directions and did not allow anyone to get close to them. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the running elks and thought maliciously, "This time, I didn't bring Huanhuan here. Maybe Huanhuan can find her other half in this Yulon Grand Canyon." Hee, seducing a female beast back to Tiamu Peak, it can be said that my trip to the Yulon evening refinement was not in vain. How about I take one of the pie goats back to Huanhuan and set up an arranged marriage for her? Just as she was thinking about how to do it, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of a problem. Oh, Huanhuan's gender is still unknown. If I take one of the same sex back, won't it cultivate a bad habit? Forget it, forget it. Marriage is destined by the heavens. This David's deer's marriage is also ordinary. It's better to let Huanhuan find her own. Arranged marriages are really an old and bad habit. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua's wild thoughts, the entire caravan continued to move forward steadily. There were no surprises or dangers on this day, and it was very boring. Yes, that was what Zhang Xiaohua thought. As the afterglow of the setting sun splashed across the sky like blood in front of the caravan, a dark shadow appeared on the distant grassland. After walking for a long time, they could clearly see that it was a lush forest. However, at this time, it was already dusk. The forest was like a monster on the ground, emitting an oppressive aura. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the caravan. After a day of cultivation, she stood on the caravan and whispered, "Senior brother Lu, you must be tired. You've been driving the caravan for a long time. Let me drive the caravan for the rest of the journey." Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren also knows how to drive a caravan. Look at your skinny arms and legs. Can you control this fine horse?" Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. "Don't even talk about controlling it. I can even lift you and the horse up with this carriage." Thus, she smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu must be joking. I don't have physical strength, but I still have inner strength. I don't believe that this horse won't accept it. Besides, I'm also from a village. I've done a lot of caravan driving. Don't underestimate me." "Forget it, junior brother Ren. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would have returned to the caravan and slacked off. You only said it now. Isn't it cheating?" Lu Chaoxian saw that Zhang Xiaohua was smiling and didn't bother to be polite. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She pointed at the forest in the distance and said, "We're still so far away from the forest. The sun has just set. Don't tell me that I'm late." Before his voice fell, a signal was sent from the front. It was to stop the caravan to rest. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Senior brother Lu, we're not in front. Cough, cough. There's no stone wall like last night. Are we going to rest in the open space?" Lu Chaoxian jumped off the carriage and pulled the horse to follow the caravan in front. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, who also jumped off the carriage, "That's right. We'll be leaving the Orchid Prairie tomorrow. This section doesn't have a good campsite, so it's not easy to build a stone wall. Moreover, there's a lake in front of us. There are often rare beasts in the forest that come to the lake to drink at night. If we continue to go forward, I'm afraid we'll encounter some danger. We can only rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll pass through the orchid rainforest in one go. Orchid rainforest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This name is very strange. Rainforest, what does it mean?" It's said that in this forest, there will always be inexplicable rain. Even if the sky is clear outside, it will suddenly rain in the forest, drenching you like a drowned rat. It's really interesting. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, but she was thinking about something in her heart. Although the campsite was not protected by a stone wall, everything was no different from yesterday. All the disciples were busy. Lu Chaoxian handed the carriage to other disciples and returned to Zhang Xiaohua's side. He also stood with his hands behind his back. Just like Zhang Xiaohua, he looked at the blurry rainforest in the distance. The disciples of the Wuming Hall were still on the periphery. They also took down tents and other things from their horses. With the help of some disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall, they began to set up their tents. Outside, there were a few outer disciples with long swords in their hands. They were lazily spreading out in all directions. They should be the disciples on guard. Everything was in good order. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the grass in the south. Then her divine sense swept over like a waterfall. She did not find anything unusual. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still alert and carefully looked in that direction. Lu Chaoxian seemed to have also noticed Zhang Xiaohua's abnormality. He followed Zhang Xiaohua's gaze to the south. There was only tall grass, a gentle mountain breeze, and butterflies fluttering from time to time. There was nothing special. Moreover, an outer disciple was also heading in that direction, holding a long sword in one hand and eating in the other. Maybe I'm wrong. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously frowned. She was about to withdraw her gaze. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past. The grass on the grassland in the south was blown down. Then, there was a mighty roar. The sound was as ear-piercing as the nine heavens' thunder. Even Zhang Xiaohua was startled and trembled. Needless to say, Lu Chaoxian's legs went soft and he sat down on the ground. The moment he sat down, he saw a huge golden tiger with brilliant stripes dashing across the grass like lightning. Lu Chaoxian blurted out in shock, "Thunder Tiger." The Thunder Tiger leaped out of the grass as if it was flying. Its huge body seemed to be able to fly in the air. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the outer disciple who was walking lazily a moment ago and was now dumbfounded by the Thunder Tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the disciple's chest. At this moment, the disciple came to his senses. The long sword in his hand trembled and he wanted to stab out, but how could his sword be faster than the Thunder Tiger? Before he could raise his hand, his waist was bitten by the Thunder Tiger. This Thunder Tiger was more than twice the size of a normal tiger. Its canine teeth were even sharper. The Thunder Tiger bit half of the outer disciple's waist. Looking at the Thunder Tiger, it only needed to use a little bit of force to pierce the disciple's abdomen. In an instant, a large amount of blood gushed out. The Thunder Tiger bit the outer disciple's body and looked at the carriages. Then, it raised its head and turned to leave like a gust of wind. In just a few breaths, an outer disciple with excellent martial arts died in the tiger's mouth just like that. He ended up without a corpse left. At this moment, the Wuming Hall's leading disciple, Senior Brother Qin, who was tidying up the tent, hurriedly ran over and shouted, Thunder Tiger, quick, be alert, alert." Several disciples who were not far from the south had also been alerted by the stench of the Thunder Tiger. They had already drawn their swords and wanted to rescue them. However, just as they turned around, before they could even touch the hilts of their swords, the Thunder Tiger had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 621. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had also taken his hand out of his chest pocket, his expression extremely ugly. He wasn't going to stand by and do nothing. Although using the flying sword would be easily discovered, but this was still a life. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't going to sit by and do nothing. Moreover, everyone had been shocked by Lei Hu's imposing manner at that time. Even if he had secretly used the flying sword, no one would have been able to tell anything. But what Zhang Xiaohua hadn't expected was that Lei Hu's movements would be so swift. Just as he had put his hand into his chest pocket and was about to take out Chasing Dream, Lei Hu's sharp teeth had already pierced deeply into that unlucky disciple's abdomen. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhang Xiaohua knew that even if he used Chasing Dream now to chase Lei Hu away, it would be too late. Moreover, his divine sense had been suppressed to a radius of 10 feet. Seeing how Lei Hu came and went like the wind, if he just stood there and controlled Chasing Dream, he might not be able to succeed. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed deeply and turned to look at Lu Chaoxian, whose face had already turned pale. He had just stood up when he saw that disciple being snatched away by Lei Hu and was now slumped to the side. Lu Chaoxian stretched out his hand and pulled him up from the ground. Lu Chaoxian's limbs were already weak and he was badly frightened. Being easily pulled up by Zhang Xiaohua, he naturally didn't think of the details. He only muttered, "Am I stupid? I only thought that I would be able to meet Pai Yang. Even if my luck wasn't good, a few pigs would be enough." Who would have thought that Shui Lang would appear, and even Lei Hu would appear? Could it be that I really shouldn't have come? Sigh, I'm really stupid. Looking at the few disciples who were setting up their tents beside them, they also threw the things in their hands to the side in a daze. Their faces were all pale. It was as if Lei Hu's appearance had instantly destroyed the purpose of their training, causing them to lose their spirit, energy and spirit. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know how powerful this Lei Hu was, but seeing how the outer sect disciple was taken away without being able to resist, and seeing the reaction of the Tianmu Peak disciples, she had a rough idea. She did not hold Lu Chaoxian back to ask for more details. Senior Brother Chen of the Wuming Hall rushed over. The disciples of the Wuming Hall didn't have time to tidy up their tents. They all held their long swords and stood in a row on the south side as if they were about to face a great enemy. After waiting for a long time, they didn't see Lei Hu again. At this time, the sky was already dark. Senior Brother Chen left half of the Wuming Hall disciples in groups of 5 and scattered around the campsite. The other disciples returned to the campsite to rest. Just when the disciples of the Wuming Hall were on guard, the disciples of the Dan Tower Hall forced themselves to be alert. They set up their tents and took the initiative to tidy up the tents of the Wuming Hall disciples. Only then did they return to their own tents and sat there, worrying about their own fate. Looking at the silent campsite, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully sensed the inexplicable fear. She couldn't help but feel bewildered. After a while, feeling that their mood had somewhat calmed down, she asked softly, "Senior Brother Lu, little brother has something to ask." Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a trace of panic on his face, and said, "Junior Brother Ren, do you want to ask about Lei Hu?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head, "That's right. Little brother is not specifically asking about Lei Hu. I just feel that before entering the valley, I heard from my former senior brother that it is very normal to encounter ferocious beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. It is also very normal for outer disciples to hunt ferocious beasts. Why did we encounter us entering the valley and become the target of hunting? Moreover, it should be very common to encounter these ferocious beasts, such as flying boar, Blood Wolf and Lei Hu. Even being attacked by them should be a very common thing. But we, including the outer disciples, should not have such a strong reaction. It seems that just seeing this Lei Hu is the end of the whole team. Little brother is very puzzled. Alas, as the old saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Junior brother Ren, it's easy for you to talk. The Yulan evening refinement itself is a trial. This trial is for outer disciples and inner disciples. It has nothing to do with our Dan Tower hole. What are we here for? We are here to honestly pick herbs. We are not here to hunt these ferocious beasts. Then, he looked at the darkness outside the tent blankly, and said, the disciples of Wuming Hall are here to protect us to pick herbs. Until we reach the strange birch forest, they will then go on their own trial. Along the way, although there are some difficulties, but after all, this route was explored by our ancestors. The danger is the lowest. It is a very sad thing to encounter a blood wolf. Think about it. Then he lowered his voice. The elites of the outer disciples have already entered the Grand Canyon. The ones who are escorting us are only second-rate disciples of Wuming Hall. What kind of ferocious beasts can they deal with? Cough, cough, junior brother Ren, this is the secret of Wuming Hall. I only heard about it occasionally. You must not tell others. Zhang Xiaohua nodded gently. I am not a chatterbox. Don't be afraid. Lu Chaoxian seemed to be ready to risk everything, and then he said, in fact, the martial arts of these outer disciples are also very powerful. If the Thunder Tiger did not suddenly appear, the disciple who was bitten to death should have been able to resist a few moves. In this way, the disciples next to him can come forward to help. As long as they can hold the Thunder Tiger back, hundreds of disciples can kill the Thunder Tiger. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It was true, but the Thunder Tiger is as fast as the wind. It is much faster than the Blood Wolf, Piang and Elk. It will be difficult for the disciples of Wuming Hall to surround it. Besides, although the Thunder Tiger is powerful, it does not live in a group. It has always been alone. It can go deep into this place, which means it is more ferocious than the general Thunder Tiger. Alas. Well, senior brother Lu, in this case, when you saw the Blood Wolf last time, I didn't see you lose yourself like this. Junior brother Ren doesn't know that the Blood Wolf last time was dead. Maybe it was killed long ago. The wolf pack was not there, but the Thunder Tiger is really alive. The Thunder Tiger has tasted the taste of blood, so it must follow. Think about it deeply. The outer disciple just now was caught off guard, but what if they are on guard in the future? Moreover, what if they avoid it? Then, who will the Thunder Tiger attack? Lu Chaoxian's teeth could not help but chatter. Zhang Xiaohua's face changed, but she did not frown. Looking at the 8 senior brothers next to her who were also pale, she said, the disciples of Wuming Hall don't have to be like this, right? When it is a matter of life and death, everything is in vain. Even if we ask junior brother Ren for help, it is also under the condition that junior brother Ren can protect himself. If junior brother Ren can't protect his own life, how can he take care of us? What about the Thunder Tiger who can't be stopped but still wants to find blood? I think junior brother Ren should know the choice of Wuming Hall. This. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to guess anymore. He wanted to judge others by his own standards, but he was afraid that others were not as smart as him. In fact, Lu Chaoxian and others' concerns were true. Even if the disciples of Wuming Hall did not have such thoughts, the Thunder Tiger could not eat the disciples of Wuming Hall, so it would naturally choose the weaker disciples of Pill Expanding Hall. The Thunder Tiger's wisdom was not lower than that of the Blood Wolf, so he should understand this point. Alas, now the disciples of Wuming Hall have made preparations. Although they are worried about escorting us and will not rashly attack the Thunder Tiger, since the Thunder Tiger can't eat them, the next time it comes, it will definitely turn its mouth to the disciples of Pill Expanding Hall who have no martial strength. What should we do? Zhang Xiaohua was a little helpless. With his martial strength, it was not a big problem to protect 9 people quietly, but if it was to protect the whole team, it was impossible to do it without exposing himself. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Senior brother Lu, senior brothers, I have troubled you these days. I have not done anything. I am not talented, and my martial arts may not be as good as those of senior brothers of Wuming Hall. However, since we are together, you can rest assured that if the Thunder Tiger wants to hurt you, it has to knock me down first." Hearing this, everyone was happy, but then they became gloomy. They all cupped one hand and the other before their chest. "Thank you, Junior Brother Ren." Just from Junior Brother Ren's words, we have not been brothers in vain. But, alas, if you can keep your life, Junior Brother Ren, you'd better keep your life first. If you have the strength to spare, it will not be too late to protect us. Seeing that they did not believe him, Zhang Xiaohua did not say much, but asked again, "When will the Thunder Tiger come back to attack us next time?" Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, "I don't know." A disciple next to him came up and said, "Junior Brother Ren, I know a disciple of Wuming Hall. Once he drank too much, he told me about their encounter with the Thunder Tiger." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Senior brother, tell me about it." The disciple swallowed his saliva and said, "The reason why the Thunder Tiger is so frightening is that, on one hand, it comes and goes like the wind. It is almost impossible to stop it. On the other hand, it is greedy. After getting benefits once, it will come again." That disciple's team was chased by a Thunder Tiger for 3 days in a row. 3 outer disciples and 10 disciples of Pill Expansion Hall were eaten by it. Only then did they stop. "I don't know how many people we will lose this time." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. No wonder these people were so scared. Someone had to feed the tiger. Thus, he asked again, "Senior brother, when do you think Lei Hu will come again?" The disciple looked at the sky outside and said, "It's already late." That disciple just now was probably the Thunder Tiger's dinner. The next time he comes will probably be tomorrow morning. Sigh, even if the Thunder Tiger doesn't rest, does it still need to drink water at night? I heard that there is a big pool in front of us. Every night, many beasts would go there to drink. This Thunder Tiger is thirsty, right? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She stood up, looked at the sky outside, and whispered, "You guys rest early, I'll go ask the 3 arhats if they have any good ideas." Chapter 622. Even the outer core disciples had no good ideas. What good ideas could the 3 Tianmu Peak Arhats of the Herb Division of the Pill Expanding Hall have? Zhang Xiaohua just went out in the name of inquiring. The 9 disciples had already lost their sense of propriety. How could they notice anything wrong? Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the tent and saw the lifeless atmosphere of the whole camp area and the frightened look of everyone. He was even more determined to save these innocent disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall. Only by killing Lei Hu could he completely solve the problem. It was really difficult to be at ease to rely on the guards of the Wuming Hall disciples. Instead of waiting here for Lei Hu to come and accidentally give himself away, it was better to take the initiative and kill Lei Hu outside. Even if his body was found, he could blame it on the inner core disciples who were in the trial. Walking to a secluded place, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and went underground. When he came out, he was already very far to the west. He could not see anything. Then he rose up, holding the primordial stones in his hand, and used the wind-controlling technique to go straight to the pool mentioned by Lu Chaoxian. The mountain wind in the Yulon prairie was fierce, but it was unnoticeable on the ground. The higher one went, the fiercer it became. Zhang Xiaohua rode the wind, borrowing the wind to fly. At this moment, in the empty night sky, the whistling night wind was a great opportunity to use the imperial wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua was flying in the air. While flying, he carefully understood the benefits of the wind-controlling technique. It had to be said that when he practiced the wind-controlling technique on the Tianmu Peak, he was just building a cart behind closed doors. It was only simple practice and was far from being able to understand the true essence of the wind-controlling technique. Only in this vast and unrestrained place could he really see the benefits of the wind-controlling technique. Zhang Xiaohua was flying high and fast in the air. Soon, he was flying freely in the dark sky like the mountain wind. The pond that Lu Chaoxian mentioned was indeed very far from the Pill Sprouting Hall's campsite. Even a fast horse would take half a day to reach it. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about the consumption of his yuan qi and only focused on speed. In just a few minutes, he saw a small pond in the distance. It was right between the grassland and the forest. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to fly forward. He landed on the ground from the sky. First, he used his lightness skill to get close. Then he went underground and quietly came to a hidden place beside the pool. This was a pond overgrown with aquatic plants. It wasn't as small as it looked from the sky earlier. The constant croaking of frogs and the crisp chirping of birds filled the entire pond. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything special. Zhang Xiaohua waited for a moment. Perhaps it was late at night, the birds gradually quieted down. Only the croaking of frogs and toads were left. Looking around, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and covered most of the pool. He carefully observed everything in the night and calculated how to face the thunder tiger that might appear in a moment. After a while, the bright moon gradually hung in the sky, and the moonlight that was as clear as water sprinkled over the pool. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense discovered that on the other corner of the pool, there seemed to be some obscure yuan qi fluctuations. Ha! What is that? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. This fragrant religion's things were somewhat strange, it seemed to be related to the moon. The passage to the fragrant religion could only be opened when the moon was full, and the time to enter the Yulong Grand Canyon's jungle was the last moment before the sun set. The pond's yuan qi fluctuations didn't have any reaction until the full moon rose. Zhang Xiaohua was about to go and take a look, but at this time, there was movement on the prairie. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could not reach far, but he could feel something. Therefore, he quietly lay there to see what ferocious beast was coming. Not long after, a shuttling sound was heard. A group of elk slowly came from the prairie. They were scattered, but orderly. Under the moonlight, the elk in front walked to the pool, bowed their head to drink water, and then returned to the prairie from the other side of the pool. The elk in the back followed closely, bowed their head to drink water, and also left from the other side. Therefore, one group of elk after another came to drink water, unhurried and orderly. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside the pool, was somewhat anxious. Seeing that the time was not early, he did not have much time left. However, after the elk finished drinking, a large number of wild beasts came from behind. This time, it was not blood wolf or thunder tiger, but very docile pai yang. These pai yang were like elk, drinking water in an orderly manner and retreating in an orderly manner. Even after half a day, he still did not see the thunder tiger. Seeing that the time was not early, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to stay any longer. He did not care that there were still other ferocious beasts coming to drink water after the pai yang. He made a hand seal and was about to escape. At this time, there was a fluctuation of primordial qi from the other side of the pool. It seemed to be gradually declining. Zhang Xiaohua frowned, changed his direction, and came to the place where the fluctuation of primordial chi came from. This was the corner of the pool. A few huge rocks blocked the moonlight. The fluctuation came from the gap between the rocks. Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully, but there did not seem to be any danger. In the darkness, among the aquatic plants, he vaguely saw something like a belt. It was carelessly thrown there, and the fluctuation came from that belt. Zhang Xiaohua walked up to the rock and reached out to take the object out of the water plants. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a belt. Through his divine sense, he could tell that the restrictive spells on the belt had weakened. It seemed to be an item of the immortal Tao. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to examine it carefully. He took out his money pouch and was about to put it in. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to put it in, he could not succeed. He could only carelessly put it in his pocket. He did not care about startling the wild beasts that were drinking water. He actually used the imperial wind technique and flew in the direction of the grassland. This movement was not a big deal, but it actually startled the wild beasts that were drinking water and caused them to flee in all directions. It even startled the frogs. With Zhang Xiaohua's imperial wind technique flying speed, he should be able to fly back to the campsite in the time it took to eat a meal. Therefore, he could only try his best to fly in the air. However, when he was halfway there, Zhang Xiaohua heard a loud roar coming from the east. Wasn't that the thunder tiger's roar? When he lowered his head to take a look, under the moonlight, a petite figure was recklessly flying forward. Behind him, a huge thunder tiger was following closely behind like a shadow. He saw the thunder tiger chasing after him and biting at him. That petite figure seemed to have been prepared and immediately turned around to escape in another direction. But when he turned around, the thunder tiger's front claw slapped the figure's back. That figure staggered and almost fell. However, she knew that as long as she stopped for a moment, then next year tonight would definitely be her death anniversary. And this death anniversary seemed to be something only she knew. Just as she was about to run away again, suddenly, miraculously, on her left side, she actually saw a tall and skinny young man with a handkerchief covering his face. "Help!" She practically shouted out without thinking and ran towards that person's side. At this time, who else could appear in the Yulon Grand Canyon, other than the disciples of the incense cult who had entered the canyon to train? Who else could it be? However, the only thing she was worried about was that this person's clothes couldn't be seen clearly. He didn't seem to be an inner disciple and was most likely an elite outer disciple. Only they would dare to train alone. But, could he kill this thunder tiger? However, this was her only life-saving straw. She had no choice but to rush over. Just as she was rushing towards that disciple also moved and used his qin gong to rush towards her. She didn't need to turn her head to know that the thunder tiger behind her was chasing after her. That disciple had rushed over to help. Sure enough, when that disciple brushed past her, he whispered, "Run." Then, he faced the thunder tiger alone. The female disciple's heart also trembled, as if she couldn't bear it. However, her footsteps didn't stop and ran away with all her might. This tall and skinny young man was Zhang Xiaohua. When that female disciple had just left, he took out the jade water sword from his chest and faced the thunder tiger head-on, directly stabbing towards the thunder tiger's eyes. Just as the jade water sword was about to pierce his eyes, the thunder tiger twisted his body and quickly dodged. The tiger claw on his left front swiped towards Zhang Xiaohua's right hand that was holding the sword. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled back her sword and forced her true qi into the jade water sword. A foot-long sword wraith suddenly appeared and, like a snake's tongue, licked the thunder tiger's claw. She originally thought that this sudden move would definitely catch the thunder tiger off guard and would definitely be able to cut off the thunder tiger's claw. Unfortunately, the thunder tiger wasn't a blood wolf. When he saw the sudden appearance of the sword ray, he immediately retracted his claw. That speed wasn't just for show. Even the sword ray only managed to cut off a few fingernails on the tiger's claw. And it saved the thunder tiger the trouble of grinding it. Although it only cut off a fingernail, it still caused a stream of blood to fly out. The sudden appearance of the sword ray also gave the thunder tiger a fright. Unconsciously, he roared angrily and pounced forward again. Seeing that the sword ray didn't succeed, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and focused on the battle. However, after a few more moves, Zhang Xiaohua realized that he was in a disadvantageous position. He had only practiced a few moves of the nameless sword art. Even the sword art in the Jade Water Sword Manual was used with flying swords. In the past, he had always used the Great Wisdom Sword to bully others with its weight. Now that he was facing the Thunder Tiger, it was obvious that his sword art was clumsy. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua put away the Jade Water Sword and used the Big Dipper Mystical Fist with his bare hands to fight the Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger seemed to be psychic. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua put away the small sword, there was a hint of mockery in its eyes. With a leap, it waved its tiger claw over. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't afraid and also clenched his fist to meet the attack. With a loud bang, the Thunder Tiger's huge body was actually flipped over by Zhang Xiaohua's fist. With a roar, Lei Hu crawled up from the ground and pounced over angrily. It opened its mouth and bit Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Why would Zhang Xiaohua be afraid of this? He had been waiting for it in the pool for a long time, but it was nowhere to be seen. How could he let it go now? Zhang Xiaohua leaped into the air and swung her left fist towards Lei Hu's head. At this moment, a gust of wind blew behind Zhang Xiaohua and a huge force attacked Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Chapter 623. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly released his divine sense and discovered that it was the Thunder Tiger's tail that came out of nowhere. The strength of the tail was even stronger than the tiger's claws. Since he knew what it was, Zhang Xiaohua's surprise disappeared. He floated on the tiger's back and reached out his hand to grab the tail. The Thunder Tiger was unlucky. In the dark night, no one could see the tail that was as fast as lightning. It was a good move for killing people. Unfortunately, it met Zhang Xiaohua. Within his divine sense, nothing could be hidden from his senses. He turned around and grabbed the tail. Of course, the Thunder Tiger did not seem to be afraid of its tail being grabbed. It had absolute confidence that it could pull its tail out from the young man's hand. However, when the Thunder Tiger waved its tail and wanted to attack again, everything was out of its expectations. The hand that grabbed its tail seemed to have endless strength. Even if it used all its strength, it could not pull it out at all. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's other fist arrived. With a bang, it hit the Thunder Tiger's head. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua did not know how much strength he had with one arm. It was a rare opportunity to hit the Thunder Tiger's head, so Zhang Xiaohua used almost all of his strength. Everyone can imagine that the Thunder Tiger was a first-class beast. Its head was tough and thick, and it could not be pierced by an ordinary sword. However, Zhang Xiaohua's fist contained at least 10,000 pounds of strength. With just one punch, the Thunder Tiger's skull was smashed and blood flowed out of its 7 orifices. How could it still be alive? He only had enough time to let out half a roar before he fell to the ground and died. The Thunder Tiger that scared the disciples of Wuming Hall and Pill Expansion Hall until they could not sleep was killed by Zhang Xiaohua with one punch just like that. Ouch, I was too heavy, too heavy. Zhang Xiaohua said regretfully as he jumped down from the Thunder Tiger's back. After confirming that the Thunder Tiger was really dead, Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands and took off the handkerchief on his face. When he was about to fly up, his eyes fell on the tiger's tail that he had just grabbed. This tiger's tail was worth 100 points. He could not let others take advantage of it. If Lu Lihong was lucky enough to pick it up again, wouldn't it encourage his bad habit of reaping without sowing? It would also be an irresponsible behavior. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was pretending to be an outer disciple. If he did not cut off the tiger's tail, wouldn't he give himself away? When Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade water sword and cut off the tiger's tail and put it into the money bag, then he remembered that he had saved a girl. Could it be the inner disciple of the fragrance cult? However, Peacock and Chen were all masked. Moreover, the direction where the girl's disciples' campsite was where the disciples of Pill Expansion Hall and Wuming Hall were. Zhang Xiaohua once again flew away with the wind, leaving only the corpse of the Thunder Tiger whose head was smashed, alone on the grassland. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the tent, the 9 disciples had already fallen asleep. However, there was no deafening snoring like yesterday. It seemed that they were all light sleepers. Zhang Xiaohua quietly slipped back to a corner of the tent without alerting anyone. It was getting late, and he didn't have time to set up a restriction outside the tent. He sat down cross-legged and didn't put away the primal stones in his robes. He directly absorbed the primal chi of heaven and earth from them and began his daily cultivation. When he woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and found that he was not the first one to wake up. The other 9 had already woken up and were sitting quietly in the distance. Their eyes were red and there were dark circles under their eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Why are you all up so early today? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had woken up, Lu Chaoxian forced a smile and said, Junior brother Ren really likes to sleep. He actually slept until now. Oh, I'm wrong. He has been practicing his internal strength until now. Although I have always envied you people who are strong in martial arts, I have never envied you more than at this moment. Really, perhaps only someone like Junior brother who has the confidence to escape can sleep so soundly. Another disciple came over and said, Junior brother Ren, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to find the 3 arhats to discuss a strategy? Is there any way out? Last night we were all waiting for your news. We waited until midnight and still didn't see you come back. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, they didn't seem to have any way. They talked for half the night but it was all nonsense. So I had to leave and come back. Sigh, I knew it. Lu Chaoxian laughed at himself, I knew there wouldn't be any results. I hope we won't meet. When Zhang Xiaohua came out of the tent, it was still very early. The sun had just risen in the east and the light that shone was gentle. Everything made people feel that it was full of vitality. It was just that the Pill Hall disciples who had woken up early all looked listless, as if they were extremely unwilling to see the arrival of a new day. Sigh, they knew that if they stayed any longer, there would be a lightning tiger coming to look for food. Maybe they would be unlucky. However, they couldn't not get up and couldn't not continue to move forward. This kind of feeling of the tiger being a knife and I being a fish, or the feeling of waiting for death, was really hard to bear. Zhang Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. He knew in his heart that everything that happened yesterday would not happen today. But how could he explain it to these disciples who couldn't see any hope? He could only sympathize with them and greet a few disciples whom he was familiar with. But they all ignored him and their attitude was far worse than Lu Chaoxian. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about it. He was just about to find a place to practice when he heard the leader of the Wuming Hall, Senior Brother Qin, walking quickly to the center of the campsite. With a happy and worried expression, he shouted loudly, Fellow disciples of the Pill Hall, I have news that I don't know if it's good news or not to tell you. As soon as his voice fell, a disciple who was closest to him immediately rushed forward and grabbed his hand tightly. He asked excitedly, Senior Brother Qin, have you killed that lightning tiger? Just last night, when we were tossing and turning in bed. You guys are really the most adorable people in our fragrant religion. Senior Chin, from now on, you will be the most popular person in our pill-sprouting hole. I represent all the disciples of the pill-sprouting hall to express our heartfelt gratitude. The disciple was so excited that he couldn't even finish his words. He just grabbed Senior Brother Chen's hand and shook it up and down. It was as if he wanted to shake out all the depression, worry, and fear that he had been feeling since last night. Senior Brother Chen's face was red. He tried hard to pull his hand out of the disciple's grasp. Unfortunately, under the disciple's enthusiasm, he was really embarrassed to use his internal energy to break free. So, Senior Brother Chin also stammered that. Junior brother, can you let go of my hand? Things, cough cough, it's not as simple as you think. Ah. The disciple was extremely disappointed. He shouted, no way, the wise and powerful Senior Brother Chin, can you let me down? Senior Brother Chin said awkwardly, but that lightning tiger's trouble should be almost solved, but what? At this time, a group of pill-expanding hall disciples who had walked to Senior Brother Chen's side asked in unison. Senior Brother Chen thought for a moment and said, in fact, last night, I also discussed with the Wuming Hall disciples. Originally, I wanted to personally lead some people to hunt down the lightning tiger at night. But there are many fierce beasts active at night. Maybe when we hunt down the lightning tiger, we will provoke other fierce beasts. Think about it, one lightning tiger is enough for us. If there are other beasts, won't it be more difficult for us to deal with them? So, we designed a few plans to deal with the lightning tiger during the day. But, at midnight, an inner disciple from Lingering Fragrance Peak came to our camp. Then, he turned around and pointed not far away. Ah! An inner disciple. The pill-expanding hall disciples were all surprised and looked in the direction of his finger. In a corner not far away, there was a female disciple in white. Her face was very white, but her expression was extremely cold. When she saw the disciples looking at her, she just nodded slightly and saluted to the disciples. She said in a low voice, Inner disciple of alchemy, Zhang Pinger, greets all the junior brothers. Zhang Pinger stood there for a long time, but the disciples were all concerned about the lightning tiger, so they all looked at Senior Brother Chin. Until now, when they saw her salute, they could not help but salute back respectfully, greetings, Senior Sister Zhang. In the distance, Zhang Xiaohua had seen Zhang Pinger a long time ago. He had been observing her for a long time, but he could not figure out whether she was an inner disciple or not. When she claimed to be an inner disciple and confirmed his guess, he could not help but be surprised. Why was this inner disciple not wearing a veil? But when Zhang Xiaohua heard the pill-expanding hall disciple salute and call her junior brother, and then looked at Zhang Pinger, who was obviously in her early 20s, she could not help but laugh. Fortunately, he was far away, so no one heard her laughter. Seeing that everyone had greeted Zhang Pinger, Senior Brother Chin said with a smile, Senior Sister Zhang came last night and said that she met Lei Hu on the way here. Instantly, the eyes of the disciples were filled with envy. What nonsense! He was standing here perfectly fine. Naturally, he had killed the lightning tiger. As though she understood the thoughts of the Pill Tower Hall disciple, Zhang Pinger's icy cold face flushed a little red. She waved her hand and said, I merely bumped into him. Moreover, I was seriously injured by Lei Hu. At the most critical moment, another Wuming Hall disciple passed by and saved me. Under the expectant eyes of the disciples, Zhang Pinger gritted her teeth and said, but my martial arts are low, so I can't help this disciple. I only cared about escaping. I don't know what happened to him and Lei Hu. Ah! All the disciples were in an uproar and started to discuss. They originally thought that Lei Hu had already been killed by this inner court female disciple, but it turned out that she had also escaped. Sigh, they were extremely disappointed. At this moment, Senior Brother Chin waved his hand and said, I heard from Senior Sister Zhang that the person who saved her should be a trial disciple of my Wooming Hole. Moreover, I heard from Senior Sister Zhang that this senior brother asked her to leave first and face Lei Hu alone. I think he's definitely an outstanding outer court disciple. Since he dares to face Lei Hu alone, then he definitely has the confidence to win. At this point, hope rose in the eyes of the Pill Tower Hall's disciples. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.